て大事にしなくてごめんね生まれた時からのつながりみんな同じなんだよね同じ時同じ気持ち分かち合ってくいつの日でも君から僕へのこの花 I want to give it to Filipino Keep on loving me 僕だけでも誰か Nobody loves me 誰かとつながりたいならならなら思ってるよりきっと Take it easy Take it 君がいるから
Hello. Happy Sunday. uh, I hope everyone's had a good weekend so far. Same old, same old. They were playing... I was about to sing the wrong song. The Power of Love. No, that's Back to the Future. That's not this. Language of Love. It's a visual novel about an unlikely couple finding love. I read that off the screen, obviously. If you'd like to voice act with me, be my guest. If you don't, suck your mum. Also, a little bit of news. I might not be able to go to France because the French are racist, and I may get attacked for being non-white. So, L France, L Twitch for not fucking doing anything about TwitchCon, and fuck France. You have a shit country anyway. If I had to choose about country, Paris, city of love, city of fucking shite, okay? Shitty country. I'd rather live in England. I know England is shit, I can admit it, but you can't tell me France is any better, okay? France is not better, and it never will be, okay? I'd rather live in Rwanda before I live in France, okay? Okay, let's go to the game and stop waffling. Dogi dogi rata. Kuriki hime. That's just not what I said. Oh. I like this. Oh, this song. This is cute. Language of love. Oh, wait, that's crazy. I'm 23. I sometimes wonder if other 23-year-olds feel quite as old as I do. I'm only 23. Oh, I'm glad I got this game now. I tried to reassure myself. I still have my whole life ahead of me. I moved out of my tiny village and I've gone to study in a city near Tokyo, so I can get into a good university. I'm going to pass my university entrance exams. I'm going to work hard, and then When I finally put up my education behind me, I'm going to get a good career. I'll achieve things with my life, even if it kills me. I would just want to succeed. I have a lot of work to look forward to, and I've barely taken my first steps into adulthood. There's no time to get depressed now. But no matter what I tell myself, it never sticks. Sometimes these words help me get to sleep at night, but they seem particularly hollow and empty when I'm at cram school, surrounded by students almost 5 years younger than me. You know what? Cram school is in the name. You cram. I don't know why you would send your kids to cram school, honestly. Hey, hi, Time. How are you doing? I like that word. It's cute. Hi. I really am getting old. We just started, so we literally just started. Right, this character's the same age as me, so I already feel I can relate. I'm old compared to my peers, at least. I think I might be the oldest in my class. The others are all 18, with a handful of 19-year-olds sprinkled here and there. Even my teacher, Miss Sonezaki, looks to be around 25 or 26. Now that's a grim thought. I must be closer in age to my teacher than my classmates. Not that I really feel like my classmates. Cram school doesn't feel like real school either. It's a place where failures and dropouts go so they can relearn all the things they should have learned back in high school. Ah, I thought it was like just to cram information in. We don't cover any new material. We just rehash everything we were taught in the past, over and over again, on a loop. It feels like I'm going around in circles, swallowing my own tail with each step like an Ouroboros. I've only been in the city for around a week, and I'm already exhausted. Paradoxically, my days are less packed than they were when I lived out in the countryside. Other than cram school, my days are almost depressingly empty. I get up in the mornings, brush my teeth, and put on my clothes. I catch the train to cram school, then I sit at my desk for hours reading textbooks and answering the teacher's questions. I have a lot of practice exam papers to work through, so there's always something to study for, though the exams themselves are 8 months away. When I'm done with school, I take a train back home, and then while my time away until the night finally falls. There are too many hours in the evenings, and I just don't know how to fill them. My classmates look like they lead fun, exciting lives. I bet that's why they failed the university entrance exams the first time round. They're too busy to going to bars, karaoke parlors, or the arcades. But nobody's invited me to a bar or karaoke parlor or an arcade. I'm too old. This is how I feel. See, 23 is old. People my own age don't invite me out to anything. Perhaps I could have had a painless time if I told a few white lies when Miss Sonezaki asked us to introduce ourselves during our first day of school, but I didn't. For some ungodly reason, I was seized by a sudden need to tell the truth, and I confessed my real age to my classmates. I wanted them to know right off the bat that my name is Tanimura Mitsuki. Yeah, like that actress. But it's not written the same way. And I'm 23 years old. I don't know who that is. Might be a bit older than the rest of you. Try it a lot. But I hope you can get along in the future. 5 years is not that much, come on. As if. I think I could have made a few friends if I kept my shameful secret under wraps. I mean, it's not like I look much older than everyone else, but it's too late now. The cat's already out of the bag. My classmates don't want to associate with me. They don't even want to look at me. I can't say I blame them either. I'm only 23 and I positively feel ancient, though I'm closer to 20 than 30, and the world should be my oyster. Why is that saying a thing? I can only understand that saying being a thing if you're British, because our bus passes are called oysters. Unless they call it oysters in other countries, I don't see how that makes sense anywhere else but England. I think it's only London that uses oysters. The rest of the country, they got other bus passes. And then when you're a pensioner, you have a freedom pass. How can the world be my oyster, I ask, when I've never had an opportunity to cast out my net? Now I'm afraid I'll never get the chance. Okay, fine, we go to another screen. I'm only 23. How many times am I gonna say this? Yes, I'm only 23, guys. I'm 23. I'm not any older. I might sound 30, but I'm not 30, okay? Just 23. Already 23. Isn't that old enough already? My protests are all in vain, and time continues to tick away. I sigh as I walk down the street, my hands firmly planted inside my pockets. Today was another day at cram school, and it was just dull and uneventful as the last. I might be living in the heart of Japan now, but I feel even lonelier than I did back in Aomori. At least back in the States I still had my parents and my grandmother, and a few assorted aunts and uncles I could talk to. I had friends too, but they flew the coop. Still, even after they cleared off, I wasn't entirely on my own. I knew everyone who stopped by my family's old-fashioned candy store, and people used to talk to me as I counted out their change. We weren't above smiling and laughing and telling jokes in Aomori, even with a loser like me. It's different now. I knew the city would be different, of course, but I'd always imagined that my naivety, or if you could call it optimism, that I'd be different in a positive way. I don't know if I'm male or female right now. So the voice might change depending on when I find out the gender of this person. I never believed, not in my wildest dreams, that I'd feel so isolated while living on the fringe of the biggest city in the world. Life is full of surprises. Sadly, they're not always pleasant surprises. No, it said Tanimura Mitsuki. Mitsuki's a girl's name. Ha! Riz is immaculate. How you doing, Arthur? My footsteps falling against the dull grey pavement with a series of dull grey thuds. Everything's dull and grey in the rundown part of Kawasaki I call home. And the high-rise buildings, which don't rise quite as high as those 20 minutes down Tokaido line. The sidewalk, which is fringed by the curb and lined with street lamps. Even the sky, which looks grim and dark and downcast, is utterly miserable. I wonder if it's going to rain. I sure hope not. I should hurry. Glad you're doing fine. I passed the gates of the small playground, driven by the single-minded desire to get inside before the heavens unleash their load of unsuspecting head. What is this sentence? What is the sentence? When? Not here. It's not here either. Huh? Now, what could that be? Where is it? Where did it go? I can't see the speaker, but the voice sounds breathy and high pitch. Okay, Can you tell me them before I start speaking? Their frantic words are choked with tears. It's obvious they're upset. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say the voice belongs to a little kid. Oh, okay. I mean, also they'd be in the playground. I wonder what happened. I open the low metal gate, which parts with a creak, and glance around. The playground is fairly nondescript, much like everything else around these parts. I was non-stop walking for 4 miles. Footsteps going to my head. Let's stop now. That's what it feels like when I walk to the shop, which is just 2 minutes up the road. It feels like forever. Pure laziness from me. The playground is fairly nondescript, much like everything else around these parts. I can see a few swings and slides, but they're rusty with age, just like the gate. It's all very typical, standard, uninteresting. Well, what else could there be? A portal to another dimension? There is, however, a young girl. This girl is crouched on the ground by the swings. Her hair is short and dark, and her eyes filled with tears. I don't make a habit of talking to young kids. Don't. But something about her looks vaguely familiar. I wonder why.
Mama said that it was okay. Mama said that it was quite alright. Mama told me not to go outside. I should have listened, but...
She hiccups. Her shoulders tremble. It looks like she's crying. Is there anything I could do to help? Excuse me?
Oh!
The little girl jumps at my introduction. Timid though as it is, she must have been sobbing so much she didn't hear the gate creaking or my approaching footsteps. Sniffling frantically, is she trying to suck her snot back up into her nostrils? What kind of... No. That's so descriptive. She lifts her head and wipes her red eyes with the back of her arm.
Do I know you?
Gee, I don't know, do you? The girl frowns. She looks confused. I guess that wasn't the nicest greeting in the world. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Is something wrong?
Yeah, something bad happened.
Bad? I crouch down beside the girl, bringing our faces level. Like what exactly?
It's all my fault. You won't tell my mama, will you?
That depends on what your problem is. Will you tell me what's wrong? Please. I can't help if I don't... I can't help you if I don't know.
You'll help me?
I'd like to, if you'd let me. I've seen Risen in the stream. I didn't know this was gonna happen. This game is called The Language of Love, and then I'm the first person I speak to as a child. Oh my god. Okay, we'll get away from this and we find the bachelor or bachelorette.
Well, the thing is, I kinda lost the key to my house.
Your key?
I can't get back in without it.
And where do you live exactly?
Over there.
The girl points at the nearby apartment complex. Ah. Now I understand. That must be why the girl looks so familiar. She lives in the same building as I do. Must have seen her in passing before. But her face never registered in my mind. Well, I doubt I'll forget her after all this. So, you were at home by yourself?
That's right. Mama left to go to the store. She told me to stay inside, but she was gone for a long time. I got hungry. So I used the spare key and went to the convenience store.
And then you dropped your key.
Hmm?
Do you know when your mother will be back? The girl shakes her head forlornly. How long has she been gone?
I don't know. I think she left around 4.
So it's been over an hour. That's a really long time to leave such a little girl at home on her own. What about your dad?
Don't have one.
Oh, well. That's not awkward. I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry? It's not your fault.
I guess you're right. How long have you been looking for your key?
I don't know. Forever?
The little girl looks at me earnestly, her eyes wide, in a manner that suggests it might really have been forever. But knowing how kids are, I decide to on the side of caution. Translated from a child's parlance, forever equates to about 10 minutes, maybe less. That sound like a predicament. I'll tell you what, would you like me to help you search for your key?
You would?
I can't promise I'll find it, but I'll do my best. We should be careful though, it looks like it's gonna rain soon.
Right. Then we should start looking. Mama always said 2 heads are better than 1.
The girl clasps her hands together with newfound determination. Her eyes are still red and puffy, but at least she stopped crying. Do I deserve some kind of trophy? Big up. Set me a trophy. No PlayStation trophy? Okay. Oh, so I'm a bloke.
So, mister.
So I'm a bloke. I thought Mitsuki was a girl's name. Oh no! No, I'm a guy. No! No! I have to change my voice now. I wish I knew I was a guy this whole time. Mitsuki, I've heard that as a girl's name. I could just make it a bit more bassy. Yeah, what is it?
I was wondering, what's your name?
It's Mitsuki.
Mitsuki. That's a pretty name.
I'm glad you think so. At least this girl won't make wisecracks about the actress Tanimura Mitsuki. Probably because she's never heard of her. So it is a woman. So, right, I'm confused. So you got a girl's name. What? Okay. And what's your name? Yay!
I'm Tama. It's nice to meet you.
I told you, they're my trophy. Tama is it? I guess you have a buddy name too.
Really?
Sure, it's nice to meet you, Tama.
It's nice to meet you too, Mitsuki. Hey.
Tama tugs at my arm, her eyes large and imploring.
Now I know your name. And you know my... Does that make us friends?
Friends, huh? Tama's a bit too young to be my friend. It's not like I have droves of people hammering at my door, begging for my attention. Depressing though it is, Tama's the first person I've met this week who seems to be interested in forming any kind of relationship with me. I guess at this point I should try and take whatever scraps of kindness I can get. Sure, I'll be your friend.
Yay! Thanks, Mitsuki.
Tama beams brightly, her woe over her missing key, old but forgotten, and I return to her smile without thinking. There's a lot of people around Tokyo. I see them crammed on the trains during my morning commute, and striding through the streets as I wend my weary way back home. For some reason, though, they never looked very happy. There isn't enough happiness in the world. I'm glad that, if only for a few seconds, I was able to brighten this young girl's day. All it took was a few words. Man, I wish I was a kid again. It's not here either. I sigh and straighten up, wiping my hands on my pants. Are you sure you dropped your key in the playground, Tama?
That's right. I At least I think I did. I don't know. One second I had it, next it was gone. And when...
When was the last time you stole your key?
I...
Tama's brow creases. She shifts from foot to foot, her little fingers clenched at the front. Is she trying to remember, though through sheer force of will? I guess that's kind of admirable in a way, but I don't want her to over-exert herself.
I don't know. I don't know when I last had it. I locked the front door like Mama taught me, and I put the key in my pocket, but then... I don't know anything else.
I see. If Tama doesn't remember the last time she saw a key, there's a chance she might have dropped it in the playground. She mightn't have dropped it in the playground after all. It could have fallen out the hole in her pocket when she walked up to the convenience store, or while she was examining the cute and colourful snacks lined up on the shelves inside. We've been searching the playground and leaving no pebble unturned for the last half hour or so, and we haven't made any progress. Tama's key continues to elude us no matter how hard we search. My knees and palms are dirty from kneeling on the ground, and the sky looks grey and steelier than ever before. It's a blatantly unwelcoming sky, thick with heavy clouds, which says, in no uncertain terms, leave. A cold wind runs through the small playground. Rusted swing set creaks ominously, and the roundabout turns a few degrees with a dull screech of a medieval torture instrument. I shiver and adjust the strap of my messenger bag over my shoulder. This isn't looking so good.
Oh no. Am I never gonna find my key, Mitsuki? Am I gonna be stuck in this playground forever? What if my mama never comes home? I don't want to stay outside in the playground all night. It's cold here, and I'm scared. I want to go home. I miss my mama.
Tears trickled from Tama's matted eyelashes, but trickle is perhaps too delicate of a word to describe this full-blown fit. Her face is turning red, and a round tear the size of a 100-yen coin dropped down her cheek. Wait, I keep getting confused. Hey, Tama? I look at the sobbing girl, her tiny body hunched on itself with trepidation. I want to comfort her, but I don't know what to do. We're still virtual strangers and I don't want to make her feel uncomfortable. I shiver. Overhead the sky darkens. The clouds look even thicker. Any second now it's going to... Wait. It's like you get with that every time I see the thing. Looks like it starts to rain. Tama sniffles and wraps her arm around her middle.
It's cold. My clothes are gonna get wet. I don't like the rain.
I don't think anybody likes the rain, unless you're like a tree. Or maybe a lazy, apathetic teenager really doesn't want to take part in their school's annual sports festival. That's just way too descriptive. I've been there myself. I used to pray for the rain before those big sports events every year. It's like kind of like a tradition. Though I lived in the countryside during my formative years, I'm never a bit big on athletics. It must be because of my build, or maybe my constitution. Speaking of which, if I leave Tama in the rain for too long, her constitution is going to take a severe battering. She's only a little kid, and kids catch colds more easily than adults. I don't want to get sick again. Probably keep raining for a while. I guess we're gonna have to stop looking for your key. We can't keep up in this weather.
Doesn't mean you're gonna leave me out here. I thought we were friends.
Of course I'm not going to abandon you, silly. I'm not that heartless. And you come and wait in my apartment for a bit. You can stay with me until the rain lets up or until your mother comes back. What do you think?
Is that really okay?
She too. Like, I would be like, nah, mister. I'm gonna just sit outside my door. Of course it's okay. It's totally fine. What about it? Do you want to come with?
If it's alright, then I like that.
That's what I was saying. What the hell? These kids are too, you not teach your kids about stranger danger in Japan.
My mama told me not to go running off with strangers. You're not a stranger, you're my friend. Thank you, Mitsuki. Hey, Mitsuki, you're hurting me.
I know that. Then why don't you be more... Then why... The kid get confused.
Then why don't you be more careful, you big dummy?
I recall the words my mother told me once, years ago, when I was Tama's age, and I was squirming in her lap as much as Tama and mine. It's supposed to hurt. My 6-year-old self was angry at my mother for issuing such a matter-of-fact response, and it looks like Tama was no different. Tama was crying in the park only 10 minutes ago, lamenting her sad fate. But she's recovered considerably after her escape from the elements. Where is she? She's sat on his lap right now. Crazy. Now thoroughly re-energized, Tama squirms and kicks, and very nearly bashes my nose with her failing elbow. Flailing.
Why'd you wanna hurt me? You're mean. I thought we were friends.
It's because we're friends that I'm fussing over you like this. Good gracious. Yo, what the fuck is going on? Now hold still. I'll never be able to clean you up like this.
I don't wanna be clean. I like being dirty.
Well, too bad. We can't always have what we want in life. You should be old enough to know that by now. Okay. I was like, I scrub at Tama's hair with a plain white towel, fished from the bathroom. Tama's hair isn't all that wet. We weren't foolish enough to linger outside in the rain for too long. I don't want to take any chances. My apartment isn't new per se, but I bet this old ramshackle building is even more ancient than I am. But it's new to me, and I don't want to get water all over the tatami floor. What is it with age in Asia? Like, as soon as you're 30, you're considered fucking ancient. I hear if you're 30, you're still clubbing. You shouldn't be clubbing at 30. You should be getting settled down. I don't want to be that. I don't even club now, and I'm 23. I do feel ancient though. Not that it wouldn't matter that much, I guess. The tatami is already stained and discolored from the previous inhabitants. Saw the walls and ceiling. Ugh.
Mitsuki!
Since I don't have a couch, I have to sit Tama down on my lap. Her behind is bonier than I imagined. She isn't very comfortable biting to bed. Why are we describing her? Ew! Leave her bony batty alone. The hell? Yo! She isn't heavy, which is a plus. But she keeps wriggling like a fish. That's like me with Lulu. Lulu keeps wriggling. And she's also got a bony bottom, but she's a dog. Dogs aren't supposed to have butt cheeks. Which makes it harder to keep a hold of her.
You're a bully.
So far, make Hota's risen in negative digits. That's so true. Oh, you need to. It's FBI. Riz level FBI. That's right.
Don't agree with me.
But it's true.
You're the worst.
I know. I'll prove it too. I tugged Tama's head with more intensity than before. I massage her scalp with a white towel, while she shrieks and kicks her feet and tries to squirm away off my lap. I don't like where this is going. Because she looks like the character... She just looks like a younger version of the character you see on the thumbnail for this game. So I don't like where this is going. If this game is about grooming, this is... I'm deleting this. Unless that's what her mum looks like, then that's completely fine. I'd say if her mum looks like that, then it's okay. We riz the mum, not the child. I've got to say, this is a pretty comfortable arrangement. No, it's not. Don't say it's comfortable. No. I wish I had a couch. This is an FBI coke with. The apartment came more or less unfurnished, and I haven't gotten around to decorating just yet. So your house looks like as if you trap kids. Is that what you're trying to tell me? It looks like someone's basement. This could be any more. This could be any more FBI open up. I did buy a cheap boxy TV from a nearby pawn shop, but it's more because I felt sorry for the elderly store owner than because I actually wanted it. It's not good TV. What can you expect for 2,000 yen? But it gets the job done. Never stops me feeling too lonely in the evenings. Excluding the TV, however, this room is more or less empty. There are no couches, no bookshelves, no pictures on the wall. I should probably spruce this place up. What's the point? It's not like I get any visitors. Other than Tama, of course.
Why are you being so mean?
I don't want you catching a cold or roaming around my room like a damp dog, dripping water everywhere.
I like dogs.
I like dogs too. But what does that have to do with anything?
You're the one who brought them up.
It's just a simile. I haven't heard the word simile in like 10 years. Ugh.
Simile?
A simile is when you liken something to something. Now nostalgic simile word. Oh gosh. I look at the top of Tama's tousled head. Her choppy hair sticking up in all directions like the bird's nest. And sigh. You know what? Never mind. There's no point in lecturing Tama about her finer points of linguistics. I'm not her teacher. Now can you try to behave yourself? If you sat patiently like a nice girl, this wouldn't have to take so long.
But you're pulling on my hair.
Well, sorry, princess. I'm not used to looking after little girls. In case you haven't noticed, my hair's shorter than yours.
You're meaner than Mama. She pulls my hair a lot when she brushes it. But you're 10 billion times worse.
I haven't had any practice.
Then you shouldn't put your hands on my head.
I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm trying to keep it dry. And my apartment too.
It's not like it even matters. Your apartment is ugly anyways.
Oh, it is it?
Yup.
My left eye twitches. Tom's only speaking the truth. Harsh though it is. Little kids are like that. They haven't learned about flattery, so they say whatever's on their minds, no matter how biting. I shouldn't be annoyed at her, but this is my home. She's talking smack about. Not a nice home, I'll admit. But it's my home, all the same. And what's your apartment like, huh? Can't imagine it's much different to mine.
It is different. Our apartment is small, but Mama made it look pretty. There are pictures on the walls and shelves and lots of cats.
cats. That's why landlords didn't allow pets.
We have a calendar on the wall with cat photos. And Mama likes me turn each page at the start of every month.
I see. Well, your apartment does sound a lot nicer than mine.
Hey, you see?
Doesn't mean I'm gonna let you mess my place up. Literally spitting flags. Now stop being a brat. This will be over before you know it.
Wow, Mitsuki, I thought you were my friend.
Tamazar Cooperative whales fill the room. I'm a little worried the neighbors will overhear file some kind of complaint. They should be. Someone should have seen you take a child into your house. I don't want neighbors to hate me. My neighbors. I guess I'd better finish drying Tom's hair pronto. Hair is pretty short but quite thick. And it takes a while to clean. To make matters worse, she absolutely refuses to sit still. I hope we can finish this chore soon, for both our sakes. I'm not sure which of us is going to snap first. Hey Tama, are you still mad at me? Wait, the other scene made her hair look much longer. Huh. Tama turns her back to me, eyes narrowed. The little brat is busy staring at my small boxy TV. That's a beautiful TV, Panasonic, right? Which I turned on to stop her whining. I thought it was a pretty ingenious plan. It might have been a little too effective. Tom was so glued to the TV she hasn't glanced at me when I'd spoken to me for the last 5 minutes. That TV show, whatever it is, must be really engrossing. I was like, oh, she hates me so much she can't stand to be in the same room as me. Yeah, it's been a while, Rhonda. How are you? Hope you've been well. We had a nice weekend. Just been dog and cats and hope we had fun. Oh, they weren't too naughty. I washed Lulu today, so it's nice and clean and smells like coconut. But she's always wiggling about, so I can't. I'm trying to cut under her eyes because she gets a lot of. Her eyes leak a lot. It's just typical Shih Tzu thing, and it just all kind of just dries up there. So I cut it off so there's no fur irritating her eyes. I'm having fun, especially since you dropped the 2 dogs who are being demons. Oh no! Pray for no more demon dogs. That TV show, whatever it is. Wait, did it go back without me knowing? It must have went back. Oh, it went back. So far, the ones you're getting now are much better. That's great. It must be fun looking after all sorts of animals. Or at least cats and dogs. Over Lula's puppies, it was really fun every weekend to go and see them. The house was lonely for a bit though. They were living with my mum. And that means when I was at home with my dad, I didn't have Lulu with me. And we didn't live close, we lived like an hour and a half away from each other. So it was just... I couldn't get there. I couldn't really just go there every day. So much for being friends. Tama, what are you watching? Tama snuts again, but she doesn't reply. Well, it's not like I care. I was just trying to be nice. At least Tama's hair is dry now. It's a bit messy. Unfortunately, her clothes are still damp. Her shirt clings to her, and the knees of her denim pants are all muddy. I could have run a bath with a little madam and put her dirty clothes in the washing machine, but drying her hair was enough of a chore. She never deigned to wear one of my old shirts now, especially as she seems to regard me as a mortal enemy. Friendship can be such a fickle thing. Tama, are you sure you don't want to talk? Tama doesn't reply, not with words at least. Instead, she turns her head and sticks out her tongue. Jeez. I hope I wasn't this annoying when I was young. No response. Hey, you should be grateful, you know. I'm trying to look out for you. This, at least, is enough to unstick Tama's tongue. She faces me, smirking wickedly, and says,
I think you're the one who needs somebody to look out for you.
What was that?
Your room is so small and dirty, it's gross. And so are you. I thought you were nice, but you're a rotten bully, just like Keiichi.
I don't know who Keiichi is, but I know enough to realize this isn't a compliment. I would cut it out. I did you a favor. At least you could do is thank me.
Thanks, you're so nice, Mitsuki.
But Tama's voice is carefully flat, without any inflection at all. It's clear she doesn't mean it. What you little. I grip my teeth together. I need to keep my cool. Maybe Tama's acting up because she's worried about her mother. To be honest, I'm starting to worry about her mother too. Where is she? Do you think your mother will be back soon, Tama?
Don't know.
Do you have any way to contact her?
Nope.
Does your mother go out without you quite often?
Sometimes.
Well, then I guess we'll be waiting for a while.
Maybe.
I sigh. Just what kind of person is Tama's mother anyway? What possessed her to abandon her young daughter? Didn't you at least write a note and then post it through the door, or at least stick it on the door or something to say, "Oh, I have your child." So she doesn't get home and is like, "Oh, where's my child?" Judging by Tama's responses, this doesn't seem to be a one-off. It must happen on a semi-regular basis. Tama might be a brat, but arguing with her won't get me anywhere. It will just make the pair of us unhappy. The situation is depressing enough as it is, with all the rain falling from outside my window. Maybe I should do something to cheer us up.
Hey, Tama?
Why do I keep doing this? Hey Tama, I was wondering. I'm not hungry.
Ah.
Tama tries to feign indifference. We're mortal enemies after all, but her intrigue is blatantly obvious. How cute.
I might be a bit hungry. Maybe.
So that's a yes.
Yeah. I was waiting for Mama to come home and make dinner, but she never did. Mommy bought some bread at the convenience store. I didn't want to ruin my appetite. Mama spends a lot of time cooking, so I try to eat the food she makes. But I don't really like green peppers.
Tama whispers the phrase green peppers as though it's some kind of voodoo pet. They are. Do you eat the green peppers your mama makes, Tama?
Sometimes.
The green peppers are good. I like green peppers.
Green peppers are gross. But Mama says they're good for me, so I try. It doesn't always work though. Maybe that's why Mama hasn't come back home, because I spit out my green peppers and hide them when she isn't looking. She must know I've been a bad girl. This might be a punishment.
Hey, don't be silly, Tama.
I'm silly?
You're not a bad girl, there's no way. Well, she was being quite badly behaved when I dried her hair, but I might be particularly to blame for that. I should have been gentler. Spitting out your food is quite naughty, but I can understand your feelings. I don't like green peppers much either.
You don't?
Nah, they're too bitter. How do you not like green peppers? Green peppers are buff, yeah? Put them in my fajita. My mum told me I'd learn to like them when I became an adult, but I'm an adult now. In the legal sense, at least. Don't say like that's weird. No. And I still can't stand them.
Ah, my mom is the same. She says all adults eat green peppers without complaining.
No. Well, I don't.
I see. So my mama was lying?
It's like when I was forced to eat fish as a kid. Like, I don't like it. Oh, you eat it when you're like, no, I won't eat it. It smells. It still smells. I don't think she was lying. She was just...
Does that mean you're not a real adult, Mitsuki?
I do wonder about that sometimes.
For an adult, you're not very tall.
I get that a lot. How do you know how tall I'm supposed to be? Are you like 4 foot? Shut up, man. You're a kid. So, how about the food? I can make you something if you'd like. It might not look it, but I'm a pretty decent cook.
I don't know. Mama told me she wouldn't be out too long. I always eat dinner with her.
I know that, but your mom isn't back yet, is she? After drying her hair, I asked a reticent Tama to make her own apartment. What? The lights were off, and I knocked on the door. Take me. I read that completely wrong. So I knocked on the door, didn't receive a reply. In the end, I stood a note beneath the door. There we go. With my apartment number written on it. My reasoning was, no, let's be positive then. When Tama's mom returns, she'll be able to find her daughter again with ease. I still haven't seen any sign of her there. I wonder what's going on.
I guess you're right. Mama goes out on her own sometimes, but she usually comes back after a few minutes.
Tama glances at the clock hanging on my wall. It's past 7 already, and the sun outside is starting to set.
I'm worried about her.
Oh, the poor thing. As the adult here, I need to try to cheer her up. It's my job, my duty, my responsibility. Maybe this will take her off her mind, her mind off her mother. Nothing else. Alright? I'll roll up my sleeves and get to my feet. I'm going to start making dinner.
Huh? You're really gonna cook for me?
That's right, I'll whip up something delicious. And there won't be any green peppers in it either, I promise.
I don't know. I should wait for Mama to come back, but, well... I could try your food, Mitsuki, if it isn't too icky.
Gee, thanks for a vote of confidence. I guess I have to do my very best. Now, what do you think about a nice warm plate of omurice?
Omurice!
Do you like omurice, Tama?
It's one of my favorites.
I knew it. Well, little kid doesn't like omurice. I think I've hit onto a winning idea. I just hope Tama's mother comes back soon. There's only so much I could do to keep Tama entertained, and omurice won't be enough to fix all our problems. Where is Tama's mother anyway? Literally knocks as soon as you fucking plate it. By the time I finish making Tama's food, the sun has set and the stars have come out to play. I flick on the light and take a seat by Tama's side at the low table of my living/dining room. So I set the plate of omurice on the table before my young guest. I only made one portion, but I'm starting to regret it though. This looks pretty good if I do say so myself. The omelette is even. It's an even yellow colour. I don't like the pudding you might buy at a convenience store, but less artificial. It looks blurry too. The smooth, unbroken omelette is topped with ketchup and filled with rice. The rice itself was fried in a wok, and it's filled with chopped up bits of sausage, carrot, and peas. Choosing my words, there's not a single green pepper in sight, whole or diced. The meal was rather simple to make, and I slapped it together with the few ingredients still in my fridge. I need to use up my eggs before they went rancid. So you just use old eggs. And the carrots have been lying uneaten on the bottom shelf of the fridge for more than a week. You just poison this child. I'm not that bad at cooking, but I don't really like cooking for myself. I can't get fired up when I'm the only person who eat the finished product. Maybe it sounds spoiled, but if I'm gonna put in the work, I like to be complimented for it. Nah, that's fair. What's the point in trying if nobody knows how much effort you've expended? During my time in the city, I've been subsiding mostly on microwavable meals and instant noodles. I bought a bunch of groceries when I first moved in with the lofty, idealistic thought that I'd take care of myself. I would take care of my health and eat 5 fruits and vegetables a day, but that didn't happen. Oh well. At least I had a chance to show off my cooking prowess today. I guess picking up those eggs wasn't a complete waste.
Mitsuki, did you make this yourself?
That's right, while you were watching your silly kids anime.
Pretty Magical Pumpkin is not silly.
Right, I'm sorry. I was meant to say while you were watching your very smart, clever kids anime.
Pretty Magical Pumpkin isn't just for kids. Adults watch it too.
Yeah, but you know what happens when adults watch kids shows like My Little Pony. Or maybe some weirdos do.
Mama watches it with me and she isn't a weirdo. Mama likes pumpkin too. She does.
I'm sure she does. At least I'm sure what she tells Tama. Everyone's always lying to their kids. Okay, I would not lie to my children. If we're watching Thomas and Friends, yeah, I'm enjoying Thomas and Friends. Cause I'm like, what the hell is I can't believe I was watching this as a child. We're not watching the new shit, just the old shit. Oh, you watch that new Thomas and Friends? What the hell is Thomas and Friends? Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends? No, it's Thomas and Brethren now, innit? What? Thomas and Brethren? Nah, I don't know what that is. How do you not know Thomas and Brethren? It's on TV every day. Just watching all the old stuff because the new stuff is just bleh. It can work in the short term, but if I remember feeling pretty betrayed when I learned Santa wasn't real, I didn't feel betrayed. I was just like, fair enough. I was a smart child. I wasn't told that Santa wasn't real. I just kind of accepted it. Anyway, as I was saying, while you were watching your very smart and clever anime, which can be enjoyed by both adults and children worldwide, I glanced at Tama this time. She doesn't interrupt. Did those amendments make her happy? I was slaving away in the kitchen preparing this meal just for you. It's made from leftovers, but I hope you like it.
Leftovers?
If you didn't use it, it's not leftover, is it? Like if you just have eggs, it's not leftover eggs, it's just eggs that are going off. Tama pokes her fork into the omelet's soft yellow exterior.
Looks like something from a restaurant.
A 5-star restaurant, no doubt.
I don't know about stars, but it looks like a lot of omelets from the petite garden.
Jardin? Ah, Petite Jardin, huh? Petite Jardin is a pretty well-known chain of family restaurants that serve cheap and cheerful meals for kids and beleaguered parents too exhausted to cook for them. I lived out in the countryside when I was a kid, but whenever I went shopping with my parents in the nearest city, we always popped by Petite Jardin. I think I celebrated a couple of my birthdays there too. Having my food compared to that kind of restaurant isn't bad, I guess. I'm proud of my cooking. It's pretty much my only skill. And I'd rather have it likened to do something a little more classy. Oh! Oh well, it's only almond rice. What can you expect? A little kid like Tama, Petite Jardin, is probably the epitome of fine dining. Well, I'm glad you think it looks good.
It looks too good. You didn't buy this from a store, did you?
Of course not, I didn't leave this apartment. You saw me. I'll never be irresponsible enough to leave a kid in there on her own. What would you think I am, your mother?
Maybe it didn't leave, but you could have called someone to bring you the food to you. I know all about that, you see? I'm not stupid. You can't trick me. It's called home delivery.
That's very clever, Tama, but this isn't delivery food. Nobody knocked on the door and you didn't see anyone else entering this room, right?
Oh, no, but...
I made this food myself, and I made it just for you.
Really?
That's right.
You made it? For me?
That's what I said I was gonna do, isn't it?
But I said a lot of mean things to you.
It's alright, I forgive you. You said mean things to me because I was mean to you first. I cooked for you because I wanted to make you feel better. Think of it as an apology. I want you to be sad. It'd be much better if we could both be friends again, right?
We can be friends?
Sure we can. You're the one who said it first. I want you to hate me, so I tried my best. I want you to try some of your food. Almond rice tastes most delicious when it's still warm. You have to hurry.
Ah, that's right. Have to hurry. Have to hurry.
Chanting under her breath, Tama picks up the fork and plunges its prongs into the side of the omelette. The omelette breaks beneath the force of Tama's fury and steam escapes from the heart of my culinary creation. Tama's nostrils twitch like a rabbit's. She swallows, and then...
Thank you for the food. Itadakimasu.
She scoops a forkful of rice and omelette with a generous amount of ketchup to her lips. Her motion with the fork a little awkward, and she drops a few kernels of rice back onto the plate while she's blowing on her food. I guess she isn't the most skilled with a knife and fork, but her effort is valiant nonetheless. She left awkwardly, she slides the fork in her mouth. She chews. While she chews, pushing the food from one cheek to the other, I watch. I wait. I know my food looks good, but what about the taste? I was so liking. And then, to my immense relief. Yeah! Almond rice!
It's really delicious.
Do you like it?
Yeah. It tastes so good. No, better than the almond rice at Petite Jardin.
Well, I'm glad my handmade food is better than the frozen prepackaged omelets they serve there. Tama scoops up another forkful of rice and chews.
This is amazing. I didn't know guys could cook.
I'm sure if we can work at it, everything gets easier with practice. Well, Tama, if you know that in the Western world, most chefs are male. Most famous chefs are male. You find like 2 famous female chefs. I guess we're just better home cooks. I'd say that's fair. I'd say that men are the more pay 80 quid for like 2-leaf cooks. And we're the ones that make homey food that you can enjoy. 'Cause I'd love to cook for my children. Apparently other women these days act like children are the worst fucking thing to exist. Hey Paul, how you doing? I'm just kind of ranting to myself right now. Saying that women act like their children are burdens and don't want to do anything for them. I would honestly do anything for my children. I don't have any, but when I do, I would do anything for them. Sure, if we can work at it, everything gets easier with practice.
We have cooking classes at school sometimes, but the boys always complain. Ichi says only girls wear aprons.
Sounds like this Keiichi will make a very attractive husband in life. What?
What do you mean?
Nothing. Just talking to myself. FBI, okay? FBI right now. Where is your mum? Let me raise the mum. What are you making cookery class anyway?
Last time we made fruit salad.
It's not cooking. Ah, fruit salad. I think I made that back in elementary school too. I was very good at it. You're much better at cooking than I am, Suki. Wait. Wait.
I wasn't very good at it. You're much better in cooking than I am, Tsuki.
Well, I am older than you.
I guess. You know what?
What?
I think your cooking might even be better than my mama's.
Your mother's? Well, that's a high praise.
Mama tries to cook every day, but she doesn't always have the time. She's always so busy at work.
Tama frowns. Maybe she'd like this omelet too? Maybe it would make her happy?
I should have some for her when she comes back home. If she comes back home.
Tama bows her head, shoulders slumped. All of a sudden, she looks utterly drained. Her expression is even cloudier than the evening sky outside my apartment. She really must be worried about her mum, huh? Unless it's the other way around. Are parents supposed to be worried about their kids instead? I glance at the clock on my wall. It's almost 8 now, and it's pitch black outside. Where in the world is Tama's mother? She's been gone for hours. Tama, are you alright?
I'm fine.
But you look kind of down.
I said I'm fine. I'm not even sad. Crying will make the food taste salty, so I can't cry. I don't want to ruin my meal.
Tama scoops up another forkful of rice, stuffs it into her mouth, and then another and another. She's eating so quickly her cheeks are starting to puff up like a hamster's. If she's trying to drown her sorrow in carbohydrates, we've all been there. No. Sorry, I have the skull of a god. I don't cry and eat carbohydrates when I'm sad. I stare at the wall and eat dust. If she keeps this up, she'll make herself sick. Hey, slow down, you... Choke. Oh, it said cough? I guess my warning came into a little too late. Rachel comes across the table and pat Tama on the back. I don't want to hit her too hard. She's just a young girl. Not baseball? What? But I don't want to asphyxiate her to asphyxiate my apartment. That'd be pretty hard to explain in court. Though death by Omurice does have a certain ring to it. Okay. Weirdo. We make a good name for a band. By this point, time of course started to subside. I let my hand fall from my back and look at her concerned. I used to choke on bacon fat. I'd be eating my bacon and then the fat didn't get chewed properly. It just goes straight down my throat. I had to fucking pull it out. I was bloody choked myself. Ah yes, the classic baseball move of hitting it with force of 1,000 suns. Are you alright, Tama? Do you feel any better?
A little. Thank you, Mitsuki.
It's no problem. Your big brother's here to look out for you. Your Onita.
Onita?
Crap, did I just say something incredibly corny? Yes. Let's try and change the subject. You should chew your food before you swallow it. Yeah, listen. You should chew your food, Lulu. Chew a whole piece of tomato. The hell? Tama, didn't your mother tell you that?
She did, but I couldn't help it. I was so hungry. And this food tastes so good.
I'm glad you like my food, but it's not worth dying over. You worried me. You worried me for a second.
I did?
Yeah, you're in my house. You're under my protection. I need to look after you. Honestly. When it comes to kids, you can't take your eyes off them. Not for a second.
I'm sorry, Mitsuki. I'll try to be more careful. I didn't want anybody to worry about me. I don't want to get in the way. But I do anyways. Maybe that's why Mom isn't coming back.
Tama. This atmosphere is getting a little too heavy. The sound of the falling rain outside my window doesn't help. Tama's annoying when she's screaming and pouting and making fun of me, but I found even that preferable to her tears. I don't want her to be sad. Morning, Dwaggy. Would you like to join? My mouth is getting a bit tired, not gonna lie. Literally reading for the past hour. I've never talked so much in my life. I would sound groggy. Nah, it's alright. See, those are those kind of voices that sound good. Yeah. Tired. I'm tired too. I was fucking kept up all bloody night with a bloody dog. Because my dad got Chinese food and got chicken balls and he gave her some. And I'm pretty sure because she's old now, it's not agreeing with her anymore, so she kept having to shit and shit and shit, and I'm like, oh. And I was like, oh, stop waking me up. I was like, it's your fault. Don't wake up for this bloody dog. I can smell it. Yeah. Sienna so wan and withdrawn, her lower lip trembling is breaking my heart. I can't stand it. How would her mother abandon her like this? She must be cruel, heartless person. When I see her, if I see her, I'd like to give her a piece of my mind. I shout up right up to, I feel like the door's about to knock. I shout up right to her and tell her, hello? Hello, is anybody there? I'm sorry to bother you, but it's cold and wet out here. I can't help myself. Oh, I'm so worried. If you're here, please let me in. My name is Himuro, and I'm looking for my daughter. Your daughter? Oh, mommy, saranghe. Thomas' mother doesn't look quite how I imagined her. Oh, fuck you. Okay. I literally warned you. I knew someone was about to knock on the door. She went out gambling, that's what happened. I was picturing a grumpy, ill-tempered woman, like an evil stepmother from a fairy tale, content to leave a poor young child out in the rain, in the cold and the rain. Why have we gone down so we can see her boobs? What's the point of this? The actual woman in my apartment is kneeling at my low wooden table. It's the complete opposite of that. Tama's mother, Himuro, did she say her name was? Is an hardly evil, twisted old stepmother. For one thing, she's Tama's birth mother, and for another, there aren't any wrinkles, no grey hairs. There might be some purplish blue bags. I don't see any bags, I see blushing. That look like bruises beneath her eyes. And her skin might be a touch too pale. Other than that, she doesn't look a day over 25. She's 16. What was she fucking 16? That's fucking insane. No! This game is just call the FBI on PlayStation right now. She's probably around the same age as I am. Maybe a couple of years older, give or take. You said she don't look over a day over 25. So is she 25 or not then? I can't exactly call her fresh-faced. She looks too tired for that. But there's something kind of soft about her, I guess. The titties. If I had to sum her up in a single word, it'd probably be pretty. What? Okay. The guy just doesn't know how to fucking interact with people. What's it with these visual novel men? Oh, I've never spoken to a woman before in my life. What is the word I shall describe you as? She's not breathtakingly, ridiculously gorgeous. Wow. Like a Hollywood actress on the big screen. But I kind of prefer that. It makes her seem a bit more approachable. And besides, most people don't have teams of makeup artists following around all day. I literally saw a video yesterday of Kim Kardashian taking a photo for a driver's license. It was wait. With the hair, makeup. Oh, can I take another one? No! You have one chance to take your driver's license photo. Like the rest of us. You can't look pretty, okay? You can look pretty ugly. Did it just go back? Stop going back. It's L2 then as well? It is. That's why it keeps happening. Wait, what? We can't all aspire to be like Scarlett Johansson? Why? No, I don't want to be Scarlett Johansson. I want to be... Actually, I don't want to be Zendaya anymore. I saw the trailer for that movie. Let me be Rihanna. It's not just realistic. It's just not realistic. Nora sips on the green tea I served her in a measured... In a measured, ladylike way. Her lips... She doesn't wear any lipstick. Pressed against the rim of the cup, like too far better. Her motions are very graceful, and watching her drink is starting to make me feel thirsty. She'd probably do sales if she appeared in adverts. I thought she wasn't Scarlett Johansson. Why didn't I make myself an extra cup of tea anyway? guess I got so caught up in the not Scarlett Johansson's down to earth beauty, I just forgot. Oh, so fucking cookie.
Mama, Mama, I missed you.
Tama leans against her mother's side, nuzzling her head against her shoulder like a little lion cub. Tama. Mira's eyes, which look older than the rest of her face, crinkle with relief. She sets a cup of tea on the table with a well-praised motion. Did she study tea ceremony as a kid or something? What's this perfect poise? And smiles at her daughter. I'm sorry, I got back so late, I really am. You must have been worried sick.
It's okay, Mama. I wasn't worried, not one bit.
That little liar. Imura looks just as skeptical as I am, but she purses her lips together and frowns. Are you sure you weren't worried?
Well, maybe a little. But I wasn't lonely. I was with Mitsuki the whole time.
Mitsuki? You mean Mr. Tanimura? Yeah, that's me. You can just call me Mitsuki though. Mr. Tanimura sounds kind of, you know. Oh wait, I see my Mitsuki, is it? Mitsuki. Somehow the transition from family name to given name feels far too fast. I don't understand this. Family name, given name. Aren't both my names given to me? They could have just named me something else. My last name could have just not been the same. Why do we need surnames? Identification? No, because there could be 10 million other people with my surname. Oh! I just stepped inside. Oh no! My box. Okay. It has been saved. I've only known you for like 5 minutes. I think we should slow down things a notch. That's what I wanted to say. But since I'm not the one who suggested we eschew formalities. Okay. In the first place, it would probably sound ridiculous.
Hey, Mitsuki?
Tama's still glued to her mother's side like a kernel of sticky rice. Blinks at me curiously.
Your face has gone all red.
Oh, it has?
Yeah. You got sunburned, didn't you?
No, I'm fine. Maybe I should change the subject. That sounds pretty good right about now. So, Himura. Oh. If you want me to call you Mitsuki, you should probably use my given name too. I'd feel awkward otherwise. I don't mind either. I don't mind either way, but if you feel more comfortable then. Oh. I don't mind really. With a small soft smile, Himura brushes through strands of dark hair behind her ear. I'm Kyoko. Kyoko. Taste her name on my tongue? Ew. That's way... Kyoko. The fuck? Who says that? Who thinks this? That you don't meet someone and say, oh Sam. Your name tastes good. No. I'm glad you didn't say that for Tama though. That would have been very fucking weird. Kyoko is a pretty normal name. In fact, it's so benign that it might be disappointing, but I think it suits her. Okay. Himuro Kyoko. I guess it would make her daughter Himura Tama. I know Kyoko is a bit old-fashioned now. My parents have always been rather traditional, you see. I'll make her to Lisa Polly shut the fuck up, Sabino. Exactly. Exactly. Stop tasting names. Stop rizzing up children. Stop walking 500 miles, okay? We didn't forget about that one. The footsteps carried on for like 10 minutes. I'm a little ashamed that she managed to figure me out. Are my thoughts that transparent? And I hurried to reassure her. Hey, there's nothing to worry with Kyoko. I think it's pretty.
You do?
Yeah, the name suits you. I mean, you're pretty too. The moment I realized I said my face that's pale. I should have kept that on the down low. I don't want Kyoko to think I'm being too forward. And yet, to my relief. This is hella awkward. Kyoko places one hand to her mouth, the fingers curled together and giggles. She's laughing at me. As if this couldn't be any more embarrassing.
Huh? Why are you laughing, Mama? Did Mitsuki say something funny?
It's nothing really. I just... I'm sorry, Mitsuki. I wasn't laughing at you. I just thought it was rather charming. How earnest you are. Oh, thanks. I was worried you'd get mad at me. Why would I do something like that? Well, I don't know. We're total strangers and all. I guess I was just being forward. Maybe, but if you live in this apartment, that would make us neighbors of some sort. I'd be happy if we could get along in the future and... Oh, she wanna smash! I'm glad you think I'm pretty. Woohoo! No problem. So, Tama's your daughter, right? That's right. Tama's my precious daughter and I love her a lot. I was so worried about her, but it seems my worries were in vain. Thank you for taking care of her, Mitsuki. Oh, it's no problem. Anybody would have done the same thing. I'm not sure about that. People can be rather uncaring. Tom and I lived in this apartment block for many years now, but I still haven't made any friends here. Most people look the other way when they see us. I'm sure they have their own lives to worry about. A simple good morning would hardly hurt. They don't like her because she has a kid so young and no husband. That's why. You lot in Asia, man. You lot need to chill. That's so mean. Someone who's like mid-20s, oh, you're fucking ancient. You have a kid, but the kid hasn't got a dad. Oh, you're slag. Like, chill, man. What if the dad died? What if it was an abusive relationship? You know, I need to stop. I was in a single parent household, and I'm partially in one today. Well, I guess I wasn't for like the past 10 years, because my dad is in a relationship, but hasn't been remarried. Obviously, we like families to be together, but if it calls for it, then like you kind of have to. You know? I'll never be like that. I promised myself to not be like my parents. As much as I love both of them, they should have worked out a lot better. But if that was the case, I might have not met a lot of the great people I've met today. Hate works and funny ones. Kyoko sighs and shakes her head. Well, I'm pleased that there was a kind man like yourself who found my Tama. I'm not sure what I would have done if I couldn't find her.
I'm fine, Mama. Mitsuki was really super nice to me. He helped me look for my key. And let me watch TV in his apartment, and then
Tama pauses and she puffs her cheeks in defiance. Her arms folded.
He bullied me a little, but I let him know I wasn't gonna stand for that. Then he made me rise to apologize.
He bullied you? I dried her hair, or tried to. It got caught in the rain and Tama was wet through. Oh, I see. Tama's quite stubborn about things like that. She hates having baths too. Oh, stinky fucking child. Are you think no wonder Keiichi don't like you. Cause they think you stink. Just bully the kids. I found out the hard way. She was squirming so much she nearly put out one of my eyes. I apologize on my daughter's behalf. Then, though, that must have been funny to watch. Pixel was goody. We had a fun weekend. I wonder if Kyoko usually laughs this often. She doesn't look like the type. She must be relieved that Tom is alright. I can tell at a glance that Kyoko really does love her daughter. That being the case, why did she leave Tom on her own for so long? She was gone for 4 hours. Perhaps Kyoko notices the crease in my brow. Because she sighs softly, her gentle laughter evaporating like morning dew. Oh yeah, get rid of the kid. It's me and you now. You're mine. You're done. I didn't mean to be gone for so long. A simple trip to the supermarket turned into quite the ordeal. I picked up Tama from school when my shift at work finished. I was planning to make her beef over rice, but we run out of beef and ginger. I don't like leaving Tama at home on her own. Why don't you take her with you then? She was tired and said she wanted to stay and watch TV. Now take the kid. Yeah, take quoi? Alright, Pixel. I thought about bringing her with me, but I didn't want to disrupt her. That probably would have led to a temper tantrum. Oh yeah, black clock kid, come with me. Oh yeah, get no dinner. That's literally... If a black household will tell you, you're not getting dinner if you don't come with. Simple as that. Me don't care if you're tired. Me don't care if you wanna go to sleep. You're hungry, so come with me to get the food. Otherwise, you're not eat. I'm not leaving you in this house on your own. Come get the food, I am not eat. I told myself it didn't matter, I'd only be gone a few minutes. The plaintive expression on Kyoko's face tells me that this isn't what happened. All that, and the fact that I found Tama crying in the playground a few hours ago. So she said she was tired and then went out. Oh no, because she said she was hungry. Yeah. So she went out. So you ain't got no like snack in the fridge or something? And you got no snack in the cupboard? No yogurt, no mulla corner. What the hell? Even if I was hungry and I was waiting for my dad to buy me something, I'd snack on the cheese in the fridge. Come on. To the convenience store, there was an incident. A long pause before she settles on the word incident piques my interest. I lean against the table, curious. What happened? I'm making it sound worse than it was. I'm alright now, really. Though I was a bit shaken at the time. You see, a man bumped into me while I was waiting to cross the road. I didn't think it was serious at first. Just a simple mistake. Then I looked down and realizing my bag had gone missing. How would you not notice it? I'm holding my thing. You bump into me and I don't feel my... I'm about to get a whole 5'8" woman jumping on you. You mean you stole it?
That's right. But don't worry, it didn't hurt me. I was so shocked I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen, and shouted, "Wait, thief! He's taking my bag!" Looking back on it, it's a little embarrassing. Normally I would never dream of causing a scene like that, especially in public. But it was the only way to stop the thief. I knew I'd never be able to chase him down on my own. My bag had my phone and my wallet and keys inside.
Oh, so you were never gonna get back home. 'Cause your kid lost the other key. You're right to shout out. You shouldn't have had to worry about inconveniencing other people. You're the one who's inconvenienced. You're right to shout out. You shouldn't have to worry about inconveniencing other people. Wait, didn't I just read that? Why did it go back? Though inconvenience might be something of an understatement. So what happened next was the guy was caught, right?
That's right. A kind passerby heard my cries and saw the perpetrator running away. And she deduced what happened. She restrained the thief.
Huh? What? So I was... Wait up. Wait, you found Abby walking down the street? How's she restraining him? Did you get robbed by a child? Look, if Shaquille O'Neal robbed me, there's no way I'm restraining this man.
I would have been quite content to let it go. At that, I needed to buy my groceries. I was worried about Tama, but the woman who helped me called the police.
Kyoko sighs.
I appreciated her help, of course, but I wish she hadn't bothered. I had to wait until the police arrived on the scene, and then they took me back to the nearest station so I could write out a statement. That was took a very long time. I was so exhausted by the end of it. I kept looking at the clock, wondering when I could leave. I kept thinking about Tama all by herself, waiting for me. I was so worried. If I knew you were going to be gone for a long time, can you have called somebody to look after Tama? Oh, I would have, but I don't know anybody who'd be willing to lend a hand.
What about your parents? Wouldn't they help?
My parents, oh no.
Kyoko laughs bitterly.
My mother, perhaps, if she weren't wedged so firmly under my father's thumb. But it doesn't matter. The two of them live in Shizuoka. It's too far away.
Then what about your friends?
If I had any friends, of course I would have asked them to look after my little girl. But, like I said, everyone in this apartment avoids me, like I'm some kind of leper. My work colleagues and the mothers who drop their kids off at Tama's school are much better.
I see. Does that mean Kyoko and Tama are on alone out here? Perhaps we aren't so dissimilar after all.
The policemen were very nice. They mistook my anxiety about Tama for worries about my stolen bag, and they kept asking if I was alright, offering me cups of tea, but it didn't make me feel better. I didn't know how to tell them I was worried about my daughter. I was afraid if they knew that I left my daughter home on her own, I'd be charged with negligence. And I suppose that would be fair. I was being negligent. I probably deserve to be punished. That thief inconvenienced me, yes, but I committed an even bigger crime this evening.
Hey, don't be so down on yourself. You didn't know about your bag. You didn't know your bag was going to get stolen when you went out.
I shouldn't have gone out on my own to begin with. If I hadn't left Tama behind, none of this would have happened. I really am a poor excuse for a mother. Hope you can forgive me.
Where are you going? Oh, she bowed. Kyoko bows her head in subjugation. Yeah, but this gesture only serves to make a sigh. Why is she apologizing to me anyway? I don't need to do that. You know I'm not angry with you. You were. You were like, oh, I'll give her a piece of my mind, yeah. I'm gonna tell her you're a dirty mother, yeah. You smell. How can you leave your kid like that, blood? You are the worst woman on the planet. Oh wait, hold up. You kind of pretty. I forgive you. You horny little man. But it's because of my carelessness that you had to look after my little girl. It would be pretty understandable if you were mad. I'm not, so you don't need to worry about it. If you really want to know my opinion, I think you're being way too hard on yourself.
Really?
That's right. Your bag was stolen in the middle of the street, but instead of being angry, you were afraid of bothering people with your problems. The criminal took off with the criminal who took your bag was caught, but you were more worried about returning home to your daughter than pressing any charges. And the police questioned you. Why were we already spoke about this, yeah? You felt though you were the one who committed the crime instead. And now you even tried to apologize to me after everything you've been through. I don't get it.
But I imposed on you. You had to look after Tom in my stead.
You never asked me to look after that. I did it of my own free will because I wanted to. And I'm glad I was able to help out. If anything, I should be thanking you.
Huh? What do you mean by that exactly?
I mean, well, in a way, I think I'm like you.
You are?
I've only been living in Kawasaki for a little while. I still don't know any of the people who live in this apartment. I don't think anyone lives there. It's like Welcome to the Game 2. Where there's a whole apartment, power goes off, but no other man then wants to come out their apartment to bother it, to bloody turn it back on. You tell me there's no one watching any television in the rest of that apartment complex. Are you dumb? I'm gonna go turn it back on. I'm definitely waiting for someone to turn it back on. But I ain't getting caught by no Lucas, no Noir, no police. You lot can go do the bloody thing. Wait, I didn't mean to. I haven't made any friends, and my family all live out in Aomori. I thought I was gonna be on my own out here. I already tried to make peace with that idea until today. First I met Toma, and then I met you. You're the first person who's come to my apartment as a guest. You're the first person I've been able to serve tea to. I know we're still strangers, but we live in the same building, like you said. That makes us neighbors, and I drew in a deep breath and bowed my head. I'm happy I was able to meet you, Kyoko. It's all thanks to her. At this cold, rainy evening, which was shaping up to be a total write-off, and up to be a touch less lonely than per usual. I think that's something to be happy about. Kyoko blinks at me for a while, for a few moments, perhaps unsure of what to say. She frowns her lips pursed before.
Oh, Mitsuki.
A very small smile, then as a piece of thread captures her lips. What kind of description is that?
Thanks for reassuring me. I'm happy to know there's no ill will between us because of this. I'm afraid, if I'm being perfectly honest, I'm glad I was able to meet you too. I had no idea I had such a reliable, wonderful person living so close to me.
Oh, yep. Yep. Wonderful, huh? I'm not sure I'd go that quite that far. And I don't think Kyoko really needs to bow to me either. It's not like I'm an emperor or anything. I'm just plain old tiny Muramitsuki. Not the actress, but some painfully average guy who still hasn't graduated from university despite being in his early 20s. I'm nothing special. Certainly nothing to write home about. Just one of the many that drifts through life aimlessly, like a goldfish in a bowl. But I felt slightly less useless today than I usually do. It's not a huge milestone in my voice crack in my shiny new life trademark. Is that another game? But it's a milestone, all the same. I'm glad it happened today. Finally, for the first time since I moved to the city, I might have managed to make a friend. Mommy milkers. Chapter 1 complete. Oh, we got a whole OP. Oh! Oh! So it's not a hentai, we've got eyes. Nah, wait, no. Okay, okay. Yo, wait, hold up, this might be a yo. Oh, she. Oh, yo, stop spoiling the game. Oh, that's Keiichi. That's definitely Keiichi. I didn't read that. Oh. Wait, hold up. Wait. Stretch. Stretch, 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 stretch. Ooh. Okay. Cool. I might my voice might be gone tomorrow. And yet, despite all these idle fantasies, I don't see Kyoko Tama again. The days tick by idly, marked by the date displayed in the lower right hand corner of my second-hand laptop. I attend cram school during the weekdays, then stagnate in my room when the weekend arrives. I should probably start looking for a part-time job. The savings I scraped together after helping my dad in his store are going to run out eventually. I'd rather not stand idle until that happens. Though this apartment is pretty cheap, it still takes a chunk out of my finances each month. And yet, despite the ever-pressing concern of bankruptcy, I don't do anything. I have to force myself to get out of my futon in the mornings, and the commute via train to my cram school is nothing short of miserable. At least I'm still leaving my apartment. That's something. I haven't become a total shut-in just yet. I'm doing the bare minimum it takes for a person to survive, but when I left the city, I didn't want to do the bare minimum. I told myself I was going to work harder than ever to getting into a good university and make something of myself. I wanted to succeed. It's a shame making resolutions inside one's own head isn't enough to change anything. Actions speak louder than words, and words are more than thoughts will ever be. Sometimes I almost feel like giving up. I know, even if I don't get into a good university or any university at all, my parents will welcome me back home with open arms. No matter what happens, I believe I tried my best. That's because they trust me. My mother calls me every other day, asking me how I am. She sounds so excited about my future. I'm forced to tell her the barefaced lies to hide my shame. Oh yeah, it's going great. I'm doing really well. The big city is kind of overwhelming, but I'm having a lot of fun. If by fun you mean sitting around in my tiny room eating instant noodles. I'm really living the dream. My neighbors don't talk to me. My classmates don't look at me. I have nobody to spend time with and nothing to do. I wish something would come and break up the monotony of my dull life. Anything. But I'm greeted instead by a big resounding nothing. Nothing. Until today. I'm lying on the tatami floor like usual, staring up at the ceiling. I don't know how long I've been lying down. Perhaps more worryingly, I don't care. A little voice in the back of my mind nags me and tells me to get up and do something productive, like studying or cooking dinner or looking for job openings online. I could even do jumping jacks. That would probably bother other people if no one does downstairs. Anything would be better than lying here, stagnating. I can't afford to do nothing for much longer though, because knock knock. Someone's knocking at my front door. Somebody actually wants to talk to me. I don't know anybody in this apartment complex other than Kyoko and Thomas, so logic dictates but there must be them. I sit up, excitement bubbling from the pit of my stomach until... Of course not. I'm stupid. My anticipation withers. Why am I getting so worked up? Just answer the door! My god! Amazon's already gone! Am I really that desperate for human company? There are absolutely no guarantees. It's Kyoko standing on my doorstep. She has no reason to talk to me again. Well, not now. Tom has been recovered. It's more than likely a salesperson. Don't let yourself get too excited, you'll just end up disappointing. That's how life is. I lay back down. Bro. We missed you. We'll deliver again tomorrow. Schedule for redelivery. I mean, you could be like, oh, I didn't order nothing, but still. I don't like answering the door either, because like, I have to run down a flight of stairs. The dog gets in the bloody way. Ooh, where are you going? I lie back down like an upturned turtle, waiting for the knocking to die down, and now no visitor to take their leave when knock knock knock. I hear the knocking again. It sounds even more insistent this time. If it really is a salesperson, then they're keen. I think I judiciously. If they want to talk to me that badly, maybe I can oblige. Who knows? Seeing somebody just as desperate as I am cheer me up for only a few fleeting moments. Knock knock knock. Alright, I'm right. Come just wait a sec. It's fucking Kyoko. Idiot. I pad over to the front door, shuffling my indoor slippers. A gift from my parents before I moved out, along with an underutilized rice cooker. And out of reach for the handle. What? Oh, that was the present. Okay. The lock clicks. I pull open the door, expecting nothing but disappointment. Why should be anything else? And...
Yay! It's Mitsuki again! And it feels like it's been ages.
Tama? She wasn't gonna not She was not gonna stop knocking on that door.
That's my name.
I know that's your name. I wasn't asking, I was just wondering. What are you doing here?
Mama brought me here. Come and say hi, Mama. Come on.
Oh, she was so good. Mama, I told you not to run ahead like that. You could trip and hurt yourself.
But I didn't hurt myself, so I'm fine.
The irrefutable logic of a child. I'm most impressed how brazen it is.
Anyway, I wanted to see Mitsuki. It's been so long.
It's nice to know that somebody missed me. It's been a while, yes. You shouldn't have banged on his door like that. It's rude. I hope we're not imposing on you, Mitsuki. Kyoko looks at me anxiously. A plastic bag held in her hand. I wonder what's inside it. Oh no, you're not imposing at all. Like, you can never impose. I was just wondering. Crap, I wish I worn some nicer clothes. Kyoko's gonna think I'm a slob. Stumbling on to the door in this old shirt. What do I owe this pleasure? Well, I know you said you didn't need to apologize, but after everything that happened last week, I thought it would be prudent to. They didn't talk for a week?
Hey, Mitsuki, I'm gonna watch TV, okay? Pretty good magical pumpkin is on.
My gosh. Thomas snakes around me, a devilish grin on her face, and dashes to my inner sanctum. Didn't even take her shoes off. What a brat, she's gonna leave dirty footprints all over my bloody floor. Not like I'm the most house-proud guy around, but... And my apartment's a bit of a dump, but I don't want to make it dirtier than it already is. Hey, Tama. You need to take off your shoes before you enter somebody's house. Haven't I told you that before?
But this isn't a real house, it's just a tiny little room.
Be that as it may, you still need to observe basic manners. I don't want Mr. Tanimura to think you're a rude little girl.
He isn't Mr. Tanimura. He's just plain old Mitsuki.
Either way, I'd like you to show him a little bit of respect, young lady.
I'm not a lady, I'm just a kid.
Exactly, you're my kid, and if you don't listen to me, you'll be eating green peppers for the rest of the week.
What are you green peppers?
Then you better take your shoes off.
Boo! You're mean. Mom is mean.
I can be much meaner. Much meaner. Just try me. Thomas' face turns pale. She bends down suddenly the picture of obedience begins to remove her shoes, then lines them up neatly next to my worn sneakers.
How's that? Did I do a good job?
You did good. You did. Good girl.
Does that mean I don't have to eat the green peppers?
You still need to eat your green peppers, Tama. But I'll make an exception tonight.
Yay, Mom is the best.
This girl. Her mood's sure mercurial. Are children that easily placated? Placated? Placenta? What the fuck? Now, what do you say to Mitsuki?
I'm sorry for being a bad girl, Mitsuki. I won't wear my shoes in your house ever again. Even if your place is tiny and the floor is already dirty, then it's not a real house.
Tama, you shouldn't say things like that. Don't worry about it too much, Kyoko. I don't mind. I'm just glad to see Tama in such high spirits. Really, I'm glad for any human contact at all. Since when did I become so pathetic?
See, Mama? Mitsuki said he doesn't mind. It means I can be messy as I want.
No, it doesn't mean that. Mitsuki might not mind, but I do. Be on your best behavior, please.
It sounds boring, but if I don't got eat peppers tonight, I'd do my best.
Good girl. Kyoko sighs and presses her fingers against her temple. Tama can be such a handful sometimes. She has far too much energy for her own good. Her poor mama can't keep up with her. Haha, becoming kid must be rough. You have no idea. Well, I feel kind of bad for making you wait by the door like that. You wanna come in? Oh, I only intended to visit for a short while, but... Coco glances over my shoulder. Her shoes now lined up, and Thomas retreated once more into my room. She sits on the floor cross-legged, flipping through the channels of my remote. I suppose my daughter has other ideas. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Like I said, I'm happy to see you. There's no exaggeration to say I couldn't be happier. How about I make you a cup of green tea? I made myself 3. Oh, not a cup, like the whole mug full. Once again, I am really sorry for bothering you. Like I said, there's no bother at all. I smell at Kyoko and place the freshly brewed cup of green tea down before her. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Kyoko brings the cup to her lips and perfectly still and steady and blows on the steamy surface of the tea before taking a sip. As the seconds pass, a relaxing atmosphere begins to settle inside my apartment. The low tinny sound of the television hums in the background, coupled with Tom's excited whoops. Steam rises from the inside Kyoko's teacup, coiling and shifting like something alive. Hey Ghosty, how are you? We had a nice weekend. I'm good. Just a bit tired. Anime's lovely, good looking. Yeah, so far, apparently I'm a depressed 23-year-old that has no friends and is trying to finish cram school. And we found this woman's child running around outside because she was hungry and looking for food, but lost her house key. And then her mum hadn't come home for a while. She eventually came home, and what happened, she'd been mugged and was at the police station for ages. Okay, why are we... You here? Well, welcome back. Thanks if you... What the fuck did I just do? Yeah. Thanks if you want to join me, mate. Like, my mouth is getting hella tired, no pause. Okay, this is not... Can we get a full walkthrough? No, it's getting tired, it's not dry. I've been drinking this whole time. I'm a platinum in this game. I can yo, chill. I'm just in the 6 chapters. Let me look at the trophies.
chill. Daddy, chill.
It's just gonna give you some water. Hopefully not make my mouth hurt even more.
Yeah.
Rawr! So who missed me? Okay. Or we all missed you, Jackers. How are you? Dirty, dirty man. Let me see this one. Okay. My works return to plan in 2 minutes to 5 to 6 hours depending on play. We'll just skip through everything. Oh no, that's because I'm sat away from my microphone. I was like leaning forward. Yeah, I literally have to finish the game just to platinum it. I'll set up play position. I was looking at my computer. I mean, I was looking at it anyway, but I say looking at my computer because I'm actually not using my TV today. That's why. Yeah, anyone's welcome to join and help me, because all this talking making my mouth tired. No pause. I never talk so much. Like on Sundays, I'd normally just get engulfed by the game and stay quiet. Anywho. You can't be, I just wanna watch. You know, you could just talk normally.
Nobody wants to play with Monkey.
Well, for a bit, we just had the kid on the screen, and if you were like if I was on the front page, it would say it would look like I was trying to riz a child, and FBI open up. Okay. Oh, did I read them? Steam rises from inside Kyoko's teacup, boiling and shifting like something alive. The aroma of green tea powder lingers in the air. It's warm, relaxing. The smell reminds me of home. So I'm a little curious. Why did you come to see me, Kyoko?
Well, it's like I said earlier. I just wanted to apologize for inconveniencing you the other day. Though you already told me that's unnecessary.
I don't consider what you did an inconvenience.
Well, yes, well, that's very sweet of you. I think you might be rather too sweet, though.
Too sweet? Is that even possible? I thought girls were supposed to have separate stomachs for dessert.
Sadly, I don't eat desserts very much.
You mean you don't like them?
I do, but I'm old enough to have some self-control. The one with the incorrigible sweet tooth would be Tom over there. I prefer traditional Japanese sweets to pastries and cakes anyway.
I was very upset when I went to Morrison's today and they had no Victoria sponge. Upsetting. After what I was subjected to 2 weeks ago. Just watching a cake go off in the fucking fridge. Because I was fasting, I couldn't eat it. It was just there staring at me. And nobody ended up eating it, and it just went off.
But to get back to the matter at hand,
I thought it would be only polite if I repaid you in some money. I know this isn't much, but Kyoko opens the plastic bag she brought with her and procures something from the steps with a rustle. Here. She holds out the gift to me, and I look at it curiously. There is it resting in Kyoko's hand, a small, neatly wrapped box. It looks the size of a lunchbox. The handkerchief that wraps around the mystery item is rather cute. It's pink, pale pink, and decorated with cartoon cat faces. One of Kyoko bundles Tama's lunch up in handkerchiefs like this when she sends her off for school. Maybe Tama eats school lunches instead. It might be easier for Kyoko to cope with being a single mother and all. Okay, being a single mother ain't that difficult. I was the child of a single mother. It's not that hard when your child has some fucking common sense. When you have more than one child, yeah, I completely understand. It's hard. But she has one kid. My mama had 2 jobs. At some point, 3. But I was competent enough to look after myself while she was gone. What are you doing, fluffy butt? You're a horrible mother, aren't you? And you aren't no single mother. Bloody dog. Horrible mother. Neglecting your children. As soon as they were old enough to run around, you're just watching them like, you know, fucking shit, don't come near me. Innit? Horrible mother. And now you wanna say, oh, hello to your one child that we still keep in contact with, and you're like, oh, and then she don't want to chat to you. Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised, mate. Horrible mother. She's just rubbing her face on the floor. She's like, why are you pushing me? Oh well, let's not read into this too much. You really didn't need to make me anything, but thank you all the same. My hair. Big day tomorrow. If you're watching this on YouTube, hello. I hope you're having a nice day. Thank you for getting this far. You got another like 6 hours left. If by the end of the stream I have no voice, you know why. I accept the box from Kyoko. Kyoko with a polite smile and unwrap it. The lid of the box is slightly sealed, and it's hard to see what exactly it contains, but its contents are kind of brown, maybe orange. I gave you my shit. I hope you like it. Thank you. I'm sure I will, but I have one question. Oh, what? Hope I don't sound stupid, but what's in this box exactly? It's kimpira. Kimpira? Chopped burdock and root and carrot with some lotus thrown into it. You threw... Oh, so this shit hot. Oh, this shit's spicy. I'm gonna set my mouth on fire and about to start spitting bars. Oh, for real. Damn. Oh, no. I know what kimpara is. I was just a little surprised. Oh. Kyoko dips her head shyly, hiding behind her loose hair. She's fine though. It's fine. Really, kimpara feels kind of nostalgic, that's all. Nostalgic? My mother used to make it for me before. I pause. I'm not sure if I want to talk about the accident right now. Anyways, it was a dish we ate at home a lot. I haven't had it since I came here. It reminds me of my family. As does the comforting smell of green tea that continues to permeate the air. Green tea and kimpara, huh? If I could hear the chirping of the cicadas in the background, it'd be like I'd never left Aomori. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. It's no problem. Tama told me you were quite the cook, so I thought you might be able to use this as some sort of side dish. Then again... Kyoko's smile takes on a rueful edge. I don't know how good Kimpara is, but no lie, I'm bringing KFC. If I got you Zinger burger, eat that. Wow, you paid the world for this, didn't you? Yeah, I paid bloody 10 quid for that. How expensive that is. I remember it used to be like 6 quid. Fucking inflation. Wow. If you're as good as cooking, as Thomas said, you probably wouldn't have any use for it. I've been quite busy with work lately, and I don't have time to cook. I'm not very good at it either. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm allergic to bullshit. Not her, just in general. I have a habit of burning simple meals, and I'm not good at measuring out ingredients. Sometimes I nick myself with a knife when I'm cutting vegetables. Sometimes, yeah. I don't measure, I use feeling. Not that I cut myself when I was making this Kimpara, of course. I was careful. I've never been so careless to bleed all over a present. But if I'm being quite honest, your cooking probably tastes better than mine.
That's right. Mitsuki's rice was much more delicious than yours.
Don't chat to your mum like that. Is that so?
It's true. It's totally true. Mitsuki's food tasted something like you get in a real restaurant. I bet Mitsuki would never forget about the rice in the cooker or cry when he peels his onions.
Tama, you're so cruel. Are you trying to punish me for all the times I've made you eat green peppers?
I'm not trying to punish you. I'm being a good girl.
I was making fun of my cooking being good.
You always tell me to tell the truth, so I'm telling.
Oh.
Mitsuki's cooking is better than yours. That's the truth.
My mum's cooking's still better than mine. No one has actually ever cooked for me better than my mum. Maybe my nan. Maybe. That depends what she cooks. If they've cooked the exact same meal, we don't know. Sometimes the stuff I cook I don't even like, so even though like someone else could like the food, I could completely hate it. Which is kind of I guess it's a normal thing, but someone could be completely infatuated by the food, but I'm just like, no, this ain't it. This ain't the hit right now. Tama beams brightly and puffs out her chest with a nary shred of guilt. I'm not sure this little demon understands she's done anything to feel guilty about it from the first place. Children sure are scary.
In fact, Mitsuki's omelet rice was even tastier than the omelet rice in Petit Jardin.
Oh, I'm glad. That does sound wonderful, but now I'm even more concerned about my present. Kyoko heaves a heavy sigh, hanging her head hanging. Maybe I should ask for that Kimpara back. Oh, no, you don't. You gave it to me as a present. I want to eat it, every last bite of it. What if it isn't good? I might haven't seasoned it enough. And I know I didn't cut the vegetables evenly. It's fine, I'm sure I will love it all the same. You can't know until you've tried it. Don't worry so much, I'm sure it'll be good. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. Kimpara is supposed to be a simple dish, that's why I decided to make it. I thought it'd be impossible to mess up, but I'm starting to doubt myself. I just want to do something kind for you, but it feels like I'm imposing instead. I already said you want, I don't mind at all. You're very kind, Mitsuki, but there's just something more I could do for you. Give me that You've done enough already. I wonder. Kyoko looks at my tabletop. Her visit was so sudden and unexpected I didn't get a chance to clean before she arrived. And it's strewn with open English textbooks and my own notebook from class. What's all this? That's nothing, I've just been studying a little, that's all. Which is a bold-faced lie, but leaving my books on the table and telling myself I'll get around to studying eventually kind of counts, doesn't it? Hopefully. Probably not.
Are you preparing for a university entrance exam next year by any chance?
That's right. I laugh awkwardly, not knowing what else to do, and run a hand through my hair. As you can see, I haven't gotten into university, even though I'm so old. I'm behind my peers.
Old?
Kyoko frowns.
You don't look old to me. I thought you were only 18.
Oh, is she gonna find out 23 and be like, hey, ha 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 ha. Well, thanks. I'm not sure if I should feel happy with that or not. If you want to know the truth, I'm actually 23.
23?
Ugh, I bet Kyoko thinks I'm some kind of loser now. I just ruined my chances with her. Not that I had a chance to begin with. You did want to smash. If I did that, that shit's probably sailed and sunk by now. That is just the wrong time to play this game right now. That's right, you had me. I am 23 years old, and I still haven't gone to university. It's pretty pathetic, huh? Okay, I'm 23 and I finished university when I was 21. Come on, Mitsuki.
Oh no, I don't think that at all. Everybody moves at a different pace, and our lives can lead us in unexpected directions. I never judge anyone based on their academic background. It would be highly hypocritical of me. I have no right to look down on you or anybody else. It doesn't matter when you go to university, or if you go at all. That doesn't determine what you're worth as a person.
I'm worthless and I went to fucking university.
I think it's impressive that you're still trying to achieve your goals. That's the most important thing.
I know Kyoko means well, but her words of encouragement make me feel even more depressed. Trying. She thinks I'm trying. I might be able to lie to my mother about the effort, but I'm expending my studies. Which is in reality a big fat zero, but to Kyoko, how could I ever hope to deceive her when she's sitting in my living room and the opposite end of my table looking at me with almost a motherly concern? It is impossible. I can't lie to her. I don't want to. I'll be able to forgive myself, so I gave in. I don't know if trying is the right word. I'm not sure how well my studies are going, really. Not that... No, that isn't true. I know exactly how well my everything's going. I open the textbooks on my table. It's going terribly.
Terribly?
That's right. I haven't been to school in almost 5 years. I was busy helping my parents out back in Aomori. It's not like I resent them for it, but I kind of forgot how to study.
You were helping your parents?
That's right.
This may be a personal question, but I might ask you, what were you helping them with?
It's a long story, but it's probably not very interesting.
That isn't true. I'd like to know more about you, Mitsuki. I'm sure I won't be bored. I don't have many opportunities to talk with neighbors, so I'd like if I can learn a little bit more about you.
Rashi's so cute. Make me act up.
Besides, it isn't good to bottle things up. Shikopa!
How are you, Sheik? Ugh. I just woke up. I'll be honest, I would like some help right now.
I need a man! I need a...
Oh shit. whacked my fucking deodorant with my controller. My mouth is hurting. And I need to pee. Ow. I might, at 3, I might take a little break. I want to finish this today. So basically just be a really long stream. Thank you for the hygiene. Yeah. Ugh. I thought there'd be more people in this, but I'm guessing it's just gonna be like 3. One is better than nothing. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a break at 3. It's been almost 3 hours. I must be really slow. I'm gonna look at trophies quickly. Oh, walk in? Oh shit! Okay, Tama goes missing again. There's not many. There's only 15 trophies for the platinum. Pixel, you want an easy platinum? There you go. I spent like, I think less than £1 on this, so it'd be like, I think it'd be like 50 cents. I have no idea how much I spent on this. Hello, little ears. You stop rubbing your face in the carpet. That's why you keep getting matted. Besides, it isn't going to bottle things up. When she asked me like that, how can I refuse? You'd have to be some kind of monster to say no to that face. You got me. She's got me in more ways than one. I don't think my heart's had such a good rigorous workout in years. Yo. You say you're interested now, but I don't want to keep you here for hours and hours. So I'll try and sum things up. You see, when I was in my last year of high school, my mum got into a pretty serious accident. I didn't really want to talk about the accident, but now it's out in the open and I feel strangely relieved. Maybe I've been trying to bury it for too long. The truth was painful, so I hid it away in my heart. But hiding the truth doesn't change the past. Nothing can do that. It's already too late. She was hit by a car when she was crossing the road. It was pretty serious too. She was taken to the hospital and the doctors didn't think she'd survive. They were wrong. My mum recovered, but she was in a critical state for a while. It was pretty scary. My mum was always such a strong, lively woman, but she was reduced to an invalid in a matter of seconds. I clenched my fist beneath the table. It's been 5 years and I still haven't forgotten that reckless driver, whoever they were. That's the worst thing about this debacle? Debacle? I don't know who they were. Nobody does. The accident happened on a quiet road without any security cameras, and they weren't any witnesses. If the asshole who put my mum into such a state was caught, maybe I'd feel some kind of closure. It'd be like those detective dramas my parents liked so much. Justice has been served, and all that. It's too bad real life doesn't work that way. My mum was pretty tough woman, and she was determined to get better. She regained control of her upper body after a few months in the hospital, but she still couldn't walk. I don't think she'll ever walk again. She took it pretty well though, all things considered. After a while, she was discharged from the hospital, but she still can't control her body from the waist down. Sadly, this caused a few problems. My mum used to work with my dad in their store. It's this small, old-fashioned candy store in the middle of the countryside. It's never been super popular, but it did well enough with the local kids. After the accident, however, my mum couldn't help out in the store like she used to. She got tired more easily. She couldn't get up. She couldn't help Dad with the stock. My parents aren't that well off, and they didn't have the money to hire anybody part-time, so I decided to step in. My parents asked me if I was sure. I didn't want to go to university like the rest of my friends, but I was adamant. I figured they needed me, and I owed them all for all they'd done for me. I only intended to help out for a while, but I guess I fell into a routine. In the end, I stayed in Aomori with my parents for 5 years. At least until my mum's sister decided to move to Aomori and help look after them.
Excuse me.
After my aunt moved in, my parents told me I should pursue my own dreams. I'm too old now. I'm a little too old now. But they said I should study all the same, so I can take my university entrance exam next year.
Thank you.
I've been trying, but... What do you want? What do you want, fluffy butt? Oi, stop scratching up my chair. I paid 400 quid for that. Bloody dog. What do you want? You want me to you want me to scratch your chin? Can I play my anime game now, please? Can I fall in love with this purple-haired mummy? I've been trying to, but so far everyone else, I'm afraid, I'm so far behind everyone else. I'm afraid I'll never catch up. Oh, she does have purple hair? Yes. There's someone else who has purple hair. Who does? I can't remember what character and what game. There's someone on their phone opposite my house. What? Feels like I'm wasting my time, to be honest. I heave a heavy sigh, suddenly thirsty from all my talking. Oh, bloody hell. And trace a fingertip against the tabletop. Oh well, it's not like I can go back in time. I need to keep going forward, no matter how many times I get pushed back. That's all I can do. Even if this ends in total failure.
Oh, Mitsuki.
Kyoko, who was listening to my story in rapt silence, now looks at me with unabashed sympathy. I'm not opposed to her sympathy, of course, but I don't like when people feel sorry for me. I stayed in Aomori of my own free will. Nothing was tying me down, other than my love for my parents and sense of filial duty. I don't want to feel ashamed about my past, and I'm not. I'm fine. I was fine, but at least, but
I don't think you're a failure at all. I think it's very admirable that you helped your family for so long. You were really a model son. Your parents should be must be proud of you.
I guess. They'll be less proud of me if I can't get into a decent university.
I don't know what y'all. You better stop! Stop! Bitch, stop!
Oh my god, Drakus! I appreciate the sub. You are amazing. You are one amazing person. Thank you so much. You didn't have to. But enjoy the emotes. Enjoy them. I'm changing them soon. We're gonna get some new emotes on Tuesday. No, you're amazing. Don't argue with me. I need to pee, so I'll be back. 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I will have to go again at 4 to feed Lulu. She's hungry. Then I'll take a proper break and get like a donut. Because I have donuts. So thank you again, Jacqueline. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you know that. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright. Well, I know that's not true. Not really. My parents' love for me is more or less unconditional. I bet I could get involved in the gang or the Yakuza. And they'd take me back with open arms. Don't hurt me. My dad might be a little distant, emotionally constipated, as my mother says, but he's always been there for me. So has my mom. I know I'm lucky to have parents like mine, and I know they'll love me no matter what, but I don't want to let them down. I want to forge my own path, but I'm not sure if I can. I'm just a very smart person, I guess. Oh, we got closer.
And how about this?
What? Oh. Oh, wait, hold up. Kyoko is looking oddly fired up. She leans across the table, palms depressed at service, and smiles at me brightly. I'm afraid my game power is too subpar to count as a proper thank you. But this should be a suitable way to show my gratitude. Why don't you let me tutor you? Tutor? That's right. I never went to university myself, but I did reasonably well in school. Not to boast, but I was actually a model student. I received the highest grades in my year. Oh, sorry. She says she isn't boasting, but she totally is. I can tell she's proud of her achievements, but who am I to fault her? If I'd been any good in school, I'd probably boast about it too. It's been a long while since I looked at a textbook, but perhaps I could help. Wait. Fucking hell. It's been a while since I looked at a textbook, but perhaps I could help you. That is, if you wouldn't mind. Well, if you really want to spend more time with me, I'd love to. I mean, Kyoko's smiles shyly, her cheeks tinged pale pink, and kneels back down on the tatami floor. I would like to help. You took care of my daughters. I'm offering my time in return. It seems only fair. You don't have to agree, but I'm in your debt. I'd love to make things up to you in some manner, and this seems like the best way. You can come over to my apartment if you like. Family would be there, of course, but I don't think she'd mind spending more time with you.
Huh? Are we gonna spend more time with Mitsuki's mama?
Yeah, she's like mid-20s, I think, like early mid-20s. So, yeah. If Mitsuki isn't opposed to the idea.
Yay, you're gonna spend more time with Mitsuki!
Do you like him that much?
I like his food.
You really are simple, Tama. Let's hear what Mitsuki has to say first. I don't want to put any pressure on him. Give me that puh. Well, welcome to anime. I blink. Nonplussed? That's not a word. That's not a word. You can't pronounce a word. Why is Kyoko so gung-ho about spending more time with me? It can't be. Is it because she's lonely? I mean, she kind of said she was lonely before. When you listening? Maybe it's this the Kimpara is nothing more than an excuse. Kyoko claims she wants to tutor me out of a sense of obligation, but perhaps her motives are more self-serving than they appear. Kyoko doesn't know anybody in this apartment complex. She doesn't have any friends at work. She doesn't have any family members living nearby. I guess we're in the same boat. That's why I say, after only a moment of hesitation. Alright, let's spend more time together. The three of us. Sounds like fun. After all, I was lonely too. Lonely ass motherfucker. I'm lonely. I'm lonely when Lulu leaves my room. For this, I'm okay on my own. I am an introvert, as much as you may say, Mikey, that's not true. It is true. Okay, I am an introvert, and I just talk too much sometimes. Or I talk like if I met anyone in person, I'm not talking. I don't speak. Like. Being behind a camera and microphone, just I don't know what that sound was. That was just me like malfunctioning when I was like yeah, I'm just. But I know if they say you go mad if you're on your own for too long, but even with having an animal does help, I would say. Having pets does help loneliness in one way. Even though you can't speak to them, they do make you somewhat feel wanted, I guess. If I didn't have Lulu, then yeah, I'd be depressed. Oh my. After my mum passing away, if I didn't have Lulu, I would probably be very fucking depressed. Lulu was kind of that last bit of emotional support animal, I'd say. Because I knew she was sort of feeling the same way. She didn't understand. She was like, okay, when you're mad yet. She was kind of somewhat confused by the fact that we aren't going to this place anymore. She used to hear like scooters and motorcycles outside that would make noises, and she'd be like, oh yeah, we're gonna go motorbikies, as I said it to her. And or if I picked up my motorbike stuff, my helmet, she'd get really excited. But I stopped doing that. She would hear the sounds outside and she'd get excited, but I'm like, no, not today. I'm sorry, Lil. It's not happening anymore. I'm playing Raincoat. What was the thingy of the poll? I wrote Raincoat. I appreciate the luck, Elvin. Oh, thank you, she. Even Lulu's baby daddy, Bugsy, he was when I went there after what happened, he sat at the door. He was sat there waiting at the door. And he must have been very confused because when I came over, she was always coming back home, but she never came back home. So he waited and waited, and because my mum was the one that fed him. My mum was the one that walked him, cleaned him, everything, and he was just sat there like, the hell am I? Why is she not coming home? Random Games 1. Oh, I've got DBD downloaded, but yeah. Oh, I can play for a little bit, even though I'm shit. Even though I do have my dad and my dad's girlfriend, it's still after COVID and me finishing university. University was fucking lonely as shit. I had one friend. My friends left me. My friends was like they'd make plans and I'm like, I can't do it this day, can we do it another day? Because it kind of clashes, because I don't do the same subject as you. And they kind of went without even contemplating it for a moment. And yeah. Well, the only friends that really stayed is, that's why I don't really, I'm kind of surprised sometimes. I've just kind of accepted the fact that I just must not get on with women a lot of the time, because the guy friends that I have are the only ones that I really somewhat keep in contact with. We get together at Christmas and play GTA together, play races, or play, yeah, it's usually GTA. Like, those are the people I only really go back and speak to. And then obviously I have Twitch now. But it's one thing, I haven't seen any of them in quite a while. I did go over to my friend's house for New Year's. But I could be best friends with anyone on Twitch, but it's just kind of hard to go see people, you know? Like, I'd love to meet Ulti. I'd love to meet all of you. Well, obviously Ulti's left a big mark on my heart. Because he is like a little brother to me. But because he's in New York, I can't exactly go visit, and he can't exactly come visit. So, you know. Personally, I'm not really interested in going to America unless it's to go Universal. Unless I'm staying home. I'm staying home. That's like a death sentence to me. That's how I feel, if I'm honest. Especially now with the whole France thing going on. I can't go to TwitchCon because them police are racist. Shell will be fine. Shell will be somewhat fine because she's ginger. Yeah. I probably will have to watch my back. Then police will think it's me. If you saw my tweet yesterday, then you just understand. But Twitch, I've said, Twitch have said that they're not doing anything for the time being. They're watching the thing, but it doesn't seem like it's calm. The rights are calming down, so I literally have to cancel everything, and Twitch won't give me my money back for TwitchCon because there's no refunds, so they're just gonna eat my money up. I was very excited to go, and it's just kind of upsetting that I can't go now because of my skin color. El France, never liked it. We see each other at Universal. Of course, we go Universal, Disneyland. There's other ones as well. Yeah. I could speak pure English to them and not even speak a lick of French, and they would still be like, "Oh no." Then you look at my nice blue passport, as Boris Johnson says, and then it says Queen Elizabeth underneath it. So you lot have to be like, "Yeah, okay, you might. This is a fake passport." No, it's not a fake passport. I wasn't born in this shitty country. Okay, I was born in the shitty UK, which is a lot. The UK is like a satisfying shit. Okay. But France is like the most evil, devilish fucking diarrhea. I should keep buttoning. France is the hell in disguise. I like honestly, as much as I don't like England for some of the things like the weather and other stuff. If I was to move country, I honestly would be homesick. It has the charm to keep me here, because it is my home. It is my home. I know it's messed up, but if these riots don't subside, then Twitch are either gonna have to cancel it or move it. and I don't think Twitch want to move anything because they've spent money and they've been given money and people will just ask for refunds. But you have to give me my money back if I genuinely if I feel safe and I'm somewhat in danger. Okay, Twitch, listen to me right now. I'm on your platform. If I feel it,
I'm in danger.
like, give me my money. I think they'll be like, no, sorry, it's not actually that dangerous. I'm gonna give them a whole, like, racial script. Okay, Twitch, if you don't give me my money back, I'm going to declare you as racist. It's like, oh, no. I mean, we didn't ban Gideon and Kaisen. What are you talking about? That wasn't racially motivated. What do you mean? Like, Pokimane is Moroccan, you didn't hear? Yeah, but she's also your little fucking princess, isn't she? Twitch, okay? Hear my words, yeah? I got all this revamp done so I could go to Twitch and people could look at my channel, or go to TwitchCon, and people look at my channel and be like, wow, this is an amazing channel. Wow. I'm still gonna do it Tuesday, just to get it done and out of the way. And my plan was to have it done for TwitchCon. But now obviously things have changed. It's still done regardless. But now it's just done. That evening, after Kyoko and Tama leave, I make a momentous decision. Finally, after weeks of subsiding on instant meals, I decide to cook for myself. I think it must have been the Kimpara that did it. Kyoko worked hard to make that dish, simple though it may be. She didn't have to make it for me, but she did it. She did all the same. And then she had to battle her embarrassment and feelings of inadequacy to give it to me. Tama was rather damning about her mother's cooking, but I don't care if Kyoko's food tastes bad. In the end, it's the thought that counts. So I prepare myself a simple meal. I boil the rice in the cooker my parents gave me and serve it with a side of miso soup and some pickled vegetables, and of course, Kyoko's kimpara. Kimpira. I keep calling it kimpara, it's kimpira. Kimpira. It's a frugal meal devoid of meat. I don't have any pork or chicken and I'm beef. I don't mind though. That gives the kimpara even more space to shine. The abundant smell of freshly cooked rice hanging in the air mixed with the aroma of miso paste and chopped spring onions. Oh, they said spring onions! Oh! I sit at the low wooden table in my dining room, which also serves as well the living room and the bedroom and the bow of my head. Itadakimasu. I might be alone, but I don't feel lonely. How can I feel lonely after talking with Kyoko? It won't be the last time we talk either. We're going to see each other again and again. Who knows? Perhaps after enough time has passed. Blah 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 blah. Goodbye. We'll become something more than neighbors. Fuck buddies. A guy can dream, right? There's no harm in a little make-believe. I dip my chopsticks into my bowl of kimpira. Kimpira looks fairly standard as far as kimpira goes. The colourful shreds of cut carrot contrast nicely with the lotus root and the brown burdock. The vegetables haven't been cut evenly. Some strips are far thinner than others, but I don't think it matters. I could tell though the dish isn't perfect, that Kyoko put a lot of effort into this. I bring a mouthful of kimpira to my lips and chew it slowly. Kyoko must have used too much ginger because this dish tastes faintly acidic and it's a bit too salty. Kimura isn't as good as my mother's, but that's quite a high hurdle to clear. What it is pretty nice. Vegetables are cool and reassuringly crunchy. And the flavour, though stronger than I'd prefer, is nostalgic. All of a sudden I feel sentimental. Yoko's Kimura might be a touchy too vinegary, but despite that, I think it's a very gentle kind of dish. Haven't had food like this in a long time. I wonder if Kyoko will let me eat her cooking again. Oh. Oh. The next day, as I'm walking home from cram school, I'm struck by a sudden fancy. There's a family restaurant not too far from the Keikyu Kawasaki station, situated near my apartment. A petite jardin, I don't know how to say that word. Jardin, Yardin, Dun. I can't wait till you play fucking Boyfriend Dungeon again, She. That was so fun. I have to call it E, but funny. Alice said she likes my wittiness. I just told her it comes with being British. Like most other petite Hardin. I need Monty here. Hardin, Yardin, Jardin, Hardin. I don't know about this. Say this word. It's obviously modeled after an American diner. Let me wake him up. Monty! We need French! Welcome back, Apple. How are you today? Have you had a nice weekend? The cute dog inside. The building is Western inspired, made of red bricks, with a sloping roof, glass windows, and a bright red sign above the entrance that reads Cafe Restaurant Petit Hardin. Hardin? It sounds Arabic now. Hardin. It sounds so Arabic. Hardin. I like Japanese streets, man. They look so cluttered, but it's nice. He's still walking in my ears. I walked past this unassuming family restaurant for almost a month without once pausing, but now it's taken on some kind of new significance. I rarely eat out these days. I can't justify the expense. Pre-packed food sold on the convenience store shelves is much cheaper. All the same. It's cheaper than buying vegetables? What? I swear there's like pre-made meals in like 4 quid, and you can buy literally a chicken breast or like steak. Actually, no, meat on its own is the same price as a prepared meal. That's crazy. Vegetables ain't that expensive though, and if you eat a whole big bag of rice, you'll be laughing. It's been a long time since I ate a Petit Hardin. I have some fond memories associated with this chain of restaurants. My parents used to take me when I was a little kid, and I didn't know enough about food to be really discerning. I used to think simple meals were served at this fancy place. Now I'm a little older, I'd like to think I'm a little wiser, but given into my inner child every once in a while can't hurt, right? Oh, it might hurt my wallet, but one meal shouldn't break the bank. I did at the entrance of the restaurant for a few moments, undecided. Should I indulge in my childhood nostalgia? What's the point? It won't taste as good as you remember. It's all frozen food anyway. You might as well buy it cheaper from the convenience store. That way you won't risk being disappointed. The guy's so pessimistic. That's what the cynical part of my brain says. And I know it's right, but after eating Kyoko's Kimpira, I've been feeling strangely sentimental. Her Kimpira wasn't exactly good, but it still filled me with fond memories. Yeah, he's so tone up the fucking what is it? Tone up the dopamine? Is it serotonin that makes you sad? I can't remember. I just saw psychology like ages ago. It's like 5 years ago now. The only thing I remember is the whole thing about video games. Now they're trying to blame the fucking the France violence on video games. Yeah, okay. Bus simulator, farming simulator causes violence. Okay. I mean, you can't say video games cause violence. You shouldn't be allowing your children to play games that aren't rated for their age group. So if anything, it's the fucking parents' fault. Video games cause violence. Cool on. Summer seems to rate this praise pretty highly, though she said she likes my food more. I mean, FIFA does promote violence because people get pissed off. This Xbox message. I'm gonna hack your account and get. I know the top man at EA. I will get you hacked and your account banned, and you'll never be able to play FIFA again. And every time you buy an Xbox or buy a FIFA, you know, be like, shut up. The only person you know is the bloody man at the pub. Sad person. Your wife doesn't even love you. Oh, Monty, hello. Did she summon you? That's good. Again. I'm going to reiterate yeah. If anyone would like to join, you are more than welcome. I am not opposed to the idea. It's literally in the title. Well, I've been sat here on my own for 3 hours. And my mouth hurts. My mouth was hurting before I started. I have a toothache. She's just walked out. I wasn't planning to have a toothache, but I died. But I wanted to play this game. Now I want to know exactly what I'm up against. Excuse me. Nose, piss off. I push open the door of the family restaurant and enter. Overhead, the bell rings, signaling my entrance. Ooh, 4 patties? Alright, give me that burger. Give me that burger. The inside of this place almost seems identical to... How do you say this word? Monty, how do you say this word? I know how to say petite. 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 But this jargon over here. Yarden, Harden. Yarden, It's so epic. Jordan. I know how to say petite. Well, how do you pronounce your J's? Yeah, ja, yeah. The inside of his face almost identical to the small garden in Alba. I'm not saying English. In our Mori. Is Harden? Do you know what's hard in my pants? Well, that's to be expected. This isn't a chain restaurant for nothing. The branding's gotta be the same all over Japan. It lets people know that what they're getting. The familiarity is probably meant to be comforting, and in fact, it kind of is. I know it'd be hard. It's hard in my pants. Harden. A bit loud. Okay. The interior decor. Is it better? I've got audio dipping, so if I just talk not enough, it doesn't lower as much. Interior decor is cheap and cheerful, but tastefully so. The floorboards, I'm sure they're not made of real wood, are shiny and polished, and kitschy potted plants arranged by the entrance. Still loud? I won't be able to hear the music then. Oh, you'll join too? Yay! Well, I'm gonna have a bit of a break at 4 and then you guys can Oh! Hello!
Oh, sorry. To mute my the stream.
Welcome, Shikopa! Maybe I should get the reactive. I don't have the reactive. Get you on the screen.
I'm still in bed.
She's just gonna fall asleep.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Browser. Reactive. Right. Ah! You're so massive on my screen! I don't know what's... Wait, let me just... No, actually, I'll make... Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna have to move it.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm gonna speak to a human again, so...
I can play whoever you want me to play.
You can play my wife.
Mikey.
Like, you can see the game, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Cool. Okay, just stretching. Tables line the walls, surrounded by chairs and shiny red couches. Cram school are out early today, and it's almost 4 in the afternoon. It's that awkward period of between lunch and dinner, and the restaurant is more or less empty. Save for a couple of mothers with their young children, far too small to attend elementary school. I wait in the entrance for a while, content to examine my surroundings. Some things really don't change, huh? I feel like I'm back in the 1990s. 20 years ago I would have been one of those kids daubing my face with ketchup. Daubing? Dabbing? No. Okay, these aren't
What
English.
is that mean?
That's not English. Daubing my face with ketchup or upsetting my soda?
What are you doing to your soda?
How'd you upset soda? What? While my mother watched affectionately and tutted. It sure takes me back. I stretch, raising my arms above my head. I'm not that hungry, and these little kids with dirty faces and dirty fingers aren't doing much for my appetite. Yeah, I heard that. I don't like dirty children. They just touch everything. I was
No,
never
for
a
real.
dirty child. I always
I'm
ate.
pretty sure I was.
I've always ate my chocolate nicely. I never had chocolate all over my face.
Oh, that sounds so cute.
I mean, I don't know. It's just maybe as a toddler, yeah. But
Mhm.
I see like 5-year-olds with food all over their face. It's just, you should be able to eat normally by now.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have something simple. An ice cream sundae, perhaps? I haven't had an ice cream sundae in a while. That's the kind of food typically served to 5-year-olds or teenagers on dates. Oh. I'm too old to fit into either category, and I haven't been on a date since I was 15. But whatever. Now that I've made up my mind, nothing's come between me and my dessert. I tap my foot against the ground. Rich! Rich!
Rich, get in here. Get you. Get in here.
What Sheik said. Oh, you Rich. I tap my foot against the ground. Though there aren't many people here, nobody's come to show me, come to show me my seat yet. Maybe the waitstaff are busy mopping up the spilled orange juice. I'm good, Rich. I'm good. I guess I have to take matters into my own hands. I step forward to find my own seat when... I'm terribly sorry for the wait, sir. I'll be with you in just a second. Orange juice again? The waitress hurries past me, her dark ponytail fluttering. She's holding onto a tray with one hand and an ice cream sundae perched precariously atop it. I guess somebody had the same idea as me. It's alright, I wasn't waiting that long. Take your time. Thank you for understanding, sir. Waitress hurries off. I don't get a chance to look at her face, but her voice sounds vaguely familiar. She's wearing a crisp white shirt, the buttons done neatly, and a red skirt with a high waist. Her legs are clad in opaque tights. Her feet are encased in red heels. Is this whose? What the hell? I'm not sure if heels are practical footwear for waiting on tables, but maybe they're a mandatory part of the uniform. If so, it doesn't seem all that fair. Imagine the guys are forced to wear heels. As I'm pondering the vast murky subject of gender and equality, what's this got to do with the game? The harried looking waitress places a sundae down on the table in the far corner and bows. Rich, how are you waking up at almost 4 o'clock? How are you waking up so late? Then wipes a few loose strands of hair behind her ear and clasps the now empty tray against her chest and makes her way over to me. I really do apologize for the delay. I'll get you sorry. Ah.
You okay?
Yeah, my throat just got really dry. I really do apologize for the delay. I'll get you seated immediately. If you do care to follow... Well, the waitress pauses. Her eyes widen in recognition, as do mine. It's no wonder she thought I thought she looked so familiar. That's because she is. She might be wearing heels and makeup, her eyelashes long and jet black, but she's still unmistakably Mami Sarangi. Oh, DJ, hi. How are you? Kyoko? How are you, DJ? As luck would have it, the end of Kyoko's shift happens to coincide with my leaving the restaurant. Monterey? Monterey. That's one way to it sounds very French. Monterey. You hate the new assistant manager? What's wrong with them? The two of us walk through Kawasaki. She's a prick? Damn. Damn, Daniel. Talk down to me like I'm damn. Maybe she's a dumb. Maybe she has a crush on you. No, kids beat up other kids because they have crushes on them. I was one of those. I didn't actually hurt anyone. I was the one hurt. I was the one.
Oh,
This is like I'm standing there minding my own business, waiting for school to start. Punch in the arm, Mikey, and I'm like, huh? You call her toothless? She's missing. Yo. Yo. I'm an asshole, but fuck is the surf sometimes. Yo. It reminds me of this one clip where this guy he's gone to this rally. It was like a bunch of English people and it was like English whites, and they would like get the foreigners out of the country. And this guy went up to the woman and said, so the foreigners took your jobs. She said, yeah, and he said they took your teeth as well. Yes.
oh Jesus, funny.
Toothless is crazy though. I got so mad at first day when I met her. Why? Because you're just an asshole straight away? Does that breath smell? Do you have to wear masks to work now? Bruh. Imagine assistant managers being big. Like, you're not even the manager.
Right.
For 20 years? Wait. Oh, the woman. I was about to say, are you the same age as me? You've been there since you were 3. What's been working? Not Monty. DJ's been working since.
Imagine. It'd be crazy.
I could hear footsteps. The two of us walk through Kawasaki, our footsteps mingling on the grey asphalt. We were taking quite an indirect route back to our apartment. It was Kyoko's idea. It'd be faster to walk down the streets and cut through the parking lot, but Kyoko led us through a small park instead. This might be a bruh. Stop giving me these words. Circuitous? Circuitous?
What are these words?
I don't know. I really don't mind. The fresh air is invigorating. And though there's a faint breeze, it's not exactly cold. It's spring, and the park has recovered from winter's ravages. The trees are thick, with pale pink blossoms and flowers, and beginning to sprout indiscriminately around the wooden legs of the park benches and the bases of the trees. The bases or the bait? Okay, doesn't matter. When I left, I was on call with someone, and all you could hear is me calling her toothless, soft-food eating meth heads whose head's so far up the new manager's ass. I'm surprised her waist isn't covered in corn. Ew.
I
That's
can't.
so grim. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, Sheik? UJ's asking.
I'm dead. Woke up a couple minutes ago.
Couple
How?
minutes, you just on and off sleeping. Wow.
I'm telling you, Marky's voice is soothing.
It's a simple park, enveloped in shades of pale pink, but it's pleasant all at the same time. The soil smells very fresh. Yep, I don't know why I said that. And though this sounds a little strange, alive. Go back this time. I can't imagine working the hours you work, honestly. Sleeping during the day and working at night is crazy. People already launching fireworks yesterday. Oh yeah, because it's 4th of July soon. 4th of July is just another day to me. America's independence? No. Why should we celebrate that? Our empire is ruined. You're on Australia, yeah. Oh, people are always like that though. They always let off fireworks when it's before bonfire night. They're letting it off like 3 weeks before. I'm like, it's not even November yet. What the hell? It's not even November, and you're already letting off fireworks. We had fireworks yesterday for like, I think there was like 2 fireworks, but that's because it was Eid. They were celebrating Eid in my park. Mine. In my one. General. Because I don't need to hide. Thank you, Sheik. I'm not 100% it was fireworks. Do you know what? Yeah, I had the story where my friend Ultimate Persona, he was at a point, because he lives in Brooklyn, he did not know the difference between fireworks and gunshots, which is genuinely sad. We only have fireworks, we don't really have gunshots. But I can't imagine growing up not knowing the difference. Welcome, Rich.
Heyo. Yeah, give me a moment. Just realized that my mic isn't bigger. There we go.
I had to turn you all the way up because you were
Yeah.
so soft.
Yeah, not only when I'm still setting things up, I always switch my mic off after I'm done streaming. And it's annoying because I have to configure it every time I switch it back on.
Okay. Now there's multiple of us. Okay. I'm finally assigned some voices. Well, there's farms and stuff. It's also pretty populated. Who is this?
Hello.
Monty!
Shit, that scared me.
Stream mode
Monty
is
always
off so I
scares
can hear
people.
people coming in. I turned it off because I was like, oh no, my name is M. No.
Yeah, that is the weirdest thing about the new Discord update, where the moment you go live or something, it just takes all the names and removes them and just shows the first letter of that
Yeah.
name. So every time I go live, I go from being immortal to I.
I immortal.
Ugh.
I don't know what I'm trying to do here.
And you're just moving us around.
Trying to see which is the best side because Rich's picture is so big that it just like separates Chick and Monty. Oh,
why don't you
DJ
put
coming
a-
as well. You need to sleep, DJ?
DJ, you gotta go to bed.
I agree. You should definitely go to bed.
Okay. Who wants to be the main character? Because I'm lucky tired of talking.
I can.
Oh boy, I guess so.
Is that the narrator? Right?
Well, since there's more of us, one person can be the narrator and one person can be the main character. Like, obviously, like I was.
So who would like to be the boy?
Well, I don't even know what I'm joining in right now.
Well, it's a game about love, so.
Literally just woke up.
Like, wait a minute, give me some time. Wrong set.
Yeah, like I don't even know what this game's about, so it's like,
It's just a visual novel.
Yeah, it's just. Okay. Let me go. This is the description. An unlikely couple finds love.
okay,
100%.
yeah.
Round of applause.
Exactly, DJ.
Alright, so we have.
This music is sweet.
Okay. I don't know if there's any more characters. Like, I haven't seen a fifth character. No, fourth character. So we can have a narrator, the guy, and the lady, and the child. I don't mind being the child.
I can do the guy.
Okay.
I guess that'll be.
The narration? It's up to you.
DJ, I could barely hear you.
Yeah, I can barely hear DJ.
Probably because I'm being quiet. I don't have the mic like down my throat right now.
Damn.
Also,
Maybe you
my
should.
expression is probably helping.
Yo.
Oh,
Alright, so Monty and she can be in love.
oh no.
I mean,
I'll be your child.
Okay.
Oh my.
Okay, I'll be the chick. You want to be the dude.
And
Right, this
DJ, I think you should go to bed soon. I appreciate you coming in here, but obviously you need to sleep, so we'll give
Sleep is
Rich
for
the
the
role of narration.
I'll take the narration then.
There's a lot of narration.
Yeah, I got a lot of coffee, so I'm fine. Alright.
Alright, give me a moment. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. I need to feed Lulu. You guys give me like an awkward time.
Of course, the doggo must come first.
Obviously.
Well, it's that or I get showered by my dad.
Okay,
Can I
that's
feed
true.
the dog?
Lulu is a queen. We love Lulu here.
We do love Lulu.
Well,
Okay, BRB, you can talk. Don't say anything illegal because probably I already have, but never mind.
God.
so how about that them casinos, man?
Oh my gosh.
No. Now that my rant is over, I feel a little bit better.
Mhm.
I don't feel sorry for her. She keeps asking dumb questions. What do you expect?
It was a toothless comment for me.
That's what I did. I wanted to consider a toothless meth head. Especially the store she came from. I used to live out in that area. I
Mm.
know how bad it is. It is bad. Put it nicely.
Mhm.
But yeah, now that I've got, oh lord, I've got 2 more shifts. And of course I got the last shift right before 4th of July.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
This is gonna be so much fun. I can't wait to
Sounds
see how many people come in like 5 times buying just 12 packs and 24 packs.
Yeah.
I was joking with my beer guy, and he brought in 3 dollies full of beers and like White Claw.
Jeez.
It was a big order, and I did not doubt it for one bit that it was going to be.
Mm.
What is this "Ma, can you kill me" thing?
Hmm?
This is not my name. How you doing anyway? When I left my room, Lulu turned around, headbutted the wall. I breathed so hard.
Oh no.
She's fine.
Poor baby.
Como vai? Right, I'm gonna sit and chill and eat my donut while you're talking. Richie could go.
Well, I can shoot myself in the foot on this one. Oh,
My mouse just died right at the inopportune moment.
Oh, Mackie, by the way, it's
Hmm?
pronounced jardin.
Sorry?
The word from earlier.
How is it pronounced?
Jardin.
Jardin?
Yep, exactly.
They don't say that. They don't say that. I 100% know they don't say that in Japan.
I don't know.
Japanese, I can memorize it.
Jardin.
It's French. That's how you say it in French.
Jardin.
That's the only amount of Japanese I know is Ikadakimasu. Oh
Mm.
wow, my mouse is dead.
oh God.
Either that or it
P-tit.
flipped off. Ah yes. Crunchy.
Mm.
Crunchy P-tit.
Ooh, speaking about food, I bought a big old bag of white cheddar popcorn, and then I bought my favorite snack on top of that,
Oh Lord.
which is like
Wait.
a maple can thing, like trail mix.
Oh, trail mix. I love trail mix.
What am I reading? China Communist. What?
Huh?
What? Where are you reading this?
In chat.
Oh, in chat.
That's the only word I understood.
Oh, okay. See, give me a second.
I don't know where you're reading that. I don't see that on the screen. So, do you want me to begin or?
Yeah. When you're ready.
The soil smells very fresh, and though this sounds a little strange, alive. Feels like all kinds of things are growing in the grass that borders this thin gray path, just waiting for the summer. I wonder if, given enough time, I'll be able to bloom too.
Chic. Kyoko.
Goodness.
just, just getting
Oh
called out
my.
first.
I'm Monty Yomizuki.
Okay.
Oh my, this is quite embarrassing. I don't think I'd see you at the restaurant, Mitsuki.
So that's me, right?
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to go there either. Family restaurants weren't really made for guys on their own.
That's Loki. Yeah, you know.
For sure.
Chic, it's time for you to pronounce it.
How did you
Petit
say it?
Jardin is more popular among families and
No,
young
that's-
children.
It's
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Okay. I'm not gonna pronounce it
You
the
can
way
say
you did, but
Do it.
so we have Petit Jardin is more popular.
That was so close, yet so far.
Yes.
so aggressive.
Jeez,
Listen, French is not my strongest suit. Spanish.
She
is.
hit,
Okay,
but it's a foul ball.
that's true. So we have the Petit Jardin is more popular among families and young children, yes?
I guess that's why they call it a family restaurant.
I suppose so.
Oh lord.
Kyoko, that quite like, but it doesn't sound entirely convincing.
Yeah, that's an accurate description of the laugh I heard.
I'm gonna head out. I love you guys. Good night.
And-
For the
and our
night.
AD.
Good night.
Have a nice sleep, DJ.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
She dips her head, her cheeks pale pink, and brushes a strand of hair against her ear, far behind her.
Sounds very chic-like.
No kidding.
I felt a little out of place there, to tell you the truth.
Wait, cute girl. No, Mitsuki's a guy.
What?
No, Mitsuki's my favorite. Cute girls with a deep voice. Give me a thing. Mitsuki's a guy. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, oh, Mitsuki's a girl's name, but no, it's a guy.
Oh, God.
Better yet. Win-win, baby.
Talk about getting the roles reversed.
Did you read this right?
He did. I know, you were looking around like a lost puppy.
Oh?
Okay, this is gonna sound weird because I guess this makes me Mizuki's inner thoughts, I presume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're my thoughts.
Monty, I am so sorry that you got me as your thoughts.
No, I like that. That's a good thing.
Monty,
Oh.
Monty has big breather thoughts. Because of your avatar.
Oh.
Someone save me this being heard deep into my
I give Kyoko a teething smile.
Does that mean you were watching me?
No, I mean, yes, maybe a little, but I couldn't help myself. I was curious.
Oh, you were.
Oh, staring at the
She's coming in. You better reel her in, boy.
What drove you to Petite? Oh, jeez. Khadin in the first place, Mitsuki.
Why do you say it in Spanish?
Because it is spelled in Spanish too, okay? We're putting some Spanish.
Kyoko looks at me. Her eyes narrowed. Call me paranoid. But does she look disapproving? I think she does. I hope she don't think that I'm stalking her. I'm not that pathetic. We'll see.
Gosh.
This was all a coincidence, really.
Feels like I'm trying to convince myself there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wow.
definitely was not stalking. This is just a coincidence, really.
Well, I am your inner thoughts, so maybe you are going to convince yourself.
You're very convincing, you know.
Why, thank you.
Well, I guess it was because of Tama, really. Who the fuck is Tama?
The
Even
kid.
Kyoko doesn't fucking know.
Damn, okay. Talk about pocket like that. Shit. Tama?
That's right. She said my food was better than the food at Petit Jardin. And it made me feel kind of nostalgic.
Once he said it, I was like, wait, what the hell did Monty just say? That wasn't English.
No.
Tamadi's nuts? No.
My parents used to take me there all the time back when I was a kid. When I was walking back from the station, I suddenly remember there was a Petit Jardin nearby and was struck with the urge to try it out.
It's just one word now.
I wanted to see if my omuraisu really is better than Petit Jardin.
That's how I've been
I mean,
saying it. I've
nobody
been saying
says omelet.
rice.
Yeah.
Nobody says omelette rice. I'm gonna say that first.
I was saying Omo rice this whole time. I was just forget the omelet.
Oh, yeah. But you didn't order the omo rice.
I didn't need to. Looking at the photos in the menu was more than enough.
So you walked in, looked at the menu, and left.
Hey,
Yeah, I just look at the picture. I'm like, yeah, that's enough. I'm full now.
That's struggle meals on another level.
even Kyoko is just like, really, bitch?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn. Sorry.
Just sitting here silently.
Okay. And what did you deduce from the photographic evidence, Mr. Master Chef?
That all your meals are bought in bulk and frozen, then reheated on demand.
That's alright.
Well, I can't argue with that.
You better not.
You know?
I don't own this place. It's the only way to run a popular chain. Making every meal from scratch would take too much time.
Most places can do that.
I
Yeah,
know.
like what?
Yeah, like every place here, does it fresh.
Yeah, I'd rather go into at a fresh like restaurant
Yeah.
than frozen stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, because if it was frozen stuff, I might as well just have it at home.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I figured people like things that are cheap and cheerful, right? The quality isn't all that important. Yes, it is. What am I saying?
Well, are you sure you're talking about the food that is cheap?
Yeah, that's how I like my women, though. Very cheap.
Oh, thank you.
Whipper.
Oh.
Oh, you
God.
cheap like a bunch of McDonald's French fries. Mm. They're not cheap anymore. Though. That's so upsetting. Expensive.
That's right. Since I work at a family restaurant, I know the food isn't all that good, but I still enjoy eating at places like that from time to time. Gives me a bit of break from the kitchen.
She is a Saizeriya manager. It's a big chain of restaurants. It does that here in Japan. I guess so.
Cooking on my own takes. Sorry. Cooking on my own takes such a long time, and I'm not very good at it.
I feel you there.
Oh, how
No.
are we feeling now?
I mean,
I'm gonna feel you there as well.
Look at her face! Her
yo.
face! Look at his face! Cheek.
I already did. I already said it.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
because everyone's talking over each other.
I wasn't very good at cooking when I first began. Wanted to give up, but my mother's encouragement kept me going.
Encouragement? That must be nice.
Dang.
I cook for Tama when I can, but she's so picky. She doesn't like eating anything that has vegetables in it, particularly green peppers.
Then I'm glad she was so complimentary about my omurice. Do you think she was trying to be nice?
If you can say that, you don't know my Tama at all.
Yeah, I really don't know who Tama is. So.
Oh wait, you were still asleep. It's the little girl.
Okay.
Is there any redeem for you to keep doing what you're doing but whispering, asking for a friend? No, I can add it. ASMR.
I'm gonna get mad. I hate whispering.
Cheek.
Oh shit, sorry. I've done my best to raise her as best as I can, being a single mother, but Tama doesn't have a considerate bone in her body. Girl, that's your fault. She never spares a thought about others' feelings. She just blurts out everything that pops into her head.
Yeah, that sounds like something that most kids would do.
Yeah. She gets in fights at school because of her nasty habit.
Cocoa size.
Wonder if it's my fault. Maybe I did a poor
Yes.
job bringing her up.
Yes, it is.
Damn, monster.
I'm sure you did just fine, Kyuko.
I don't know, that's not what you said a couple minutes earlier. And how would you know that? You've only met Tama twice and you don't know the first thing about her. You don't even know her.
Yeah.
Oh, oh. Oh,
You don't know the first thing about me either.
I know that Tama can be a bit of a brat, but she's a sweetheart deep down. How do I know that though?
very, very.
And I know that you look sweet on the outside, but you can be pretty harsh when you want.
Am I being harsh right now?
Maybe a little.
Wait, did you read that, Rich?
Oh, it must have cut out. Sorry. No, I think I was in the middle of this, and then I think my mic just said nope. Smile and nudge Kyoko the ribs with my elbow.
Oh. Wait, you nudged her in the ribs? That's her boob.
Yeah.
Tama is born Japanese. Alice!
That's my boy. Where the fuck did that come from?
I feel like I'm being grilled by a detective here.
Detective?
Detective, yeah.
Learn to pronounce. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh gosh.
That or I'm being scolded by my mom.
What?
Yeah, I've got big mommy issues.
Oh, you just like to be punished. You like to be punished by darling mommy, don't you? Bad boy.
Dang.
Well, I am your inner thoughts, aren't I? So of course I wanted to say something.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scold you. I'm so used to dealing with Tom. It just happens sometimes.
Oh no, please keep going.
He's pretty much the only person I speak to nowadays. Girl, why you sigh so much?
Kyoko's lips purse. She sighed again. The sound is so quiet I could barely hear it.
I am really grateful you helped Tama back then. You know, I can't thank you enough. I'm not upset with you, but part of me does worry.
I don't bite. I promise. Unless you ask.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lie. We all know that you bite. I've seen it.
What? It's not the reason why I'm worried. It's more... I just don't want you to judge me.
What makes you say that? Does it seem like I'm judging you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry.
This is the vibes I was getting.
Even your inner thoughts is like, dude, just pull back a little bit.
Yeah.
No, but...
No, but. Damn.
Don't melt Alice.
Oh no. Kyoko's fingers rise to her hair once more. I think she needs to brush a few loose strands behind her ear again. Is that a nervous tick? But given the breeze, it seems rather pointless. Nah, I think she's just teasing. An exercise in futility. Perhaps it would be better if she tied her hair back in a ponytail, like she did at the restaurant. Then she wanted to keep filling with it like a shy, awkward schoolgirl. Again, Monty, I am so sorry that I'm hearing our thoughts.
Yeah, what are these thoughts?
I'm making
I'm
you a
so
very shit.
judgmental.
You didn't see before, but there was like a line which said I tasted her name in my mouth. I'm like, what the hell is that?
What the heck?
Oh, maybe it was a good choice that I became the narrator. But if Kyoko tie her hair back, how else would she occupy her restless hands?
I've got some
No.
ideas.
Yo!
Hey, you,
Whoa! I clicked auto by accident.
there we go. I love the fact how Monty says, "Well, I have an idea," and then immediately the inner thought is just like, "Ah, I have an idea."
Thinking like me, you know?
I think this is the one time where your thoughts are actually behind your actual thinking.
Yeah.
It's just that you catch up and it's like, "Oh, I have an idea." And I'm just like, "Excuse me, I'm supposed to be your thoughts here. I'm supposed to be coming up with the ideas."
Oh yeah, sorry, thoughts.
You guys too hot and make it worse now.
Oh Jesus. Well, I can answer for Maki, Sheik, and Monty. I don't know about myself though.
That's not
Wait,
true.
what? Oh, the hot thing. No. It's actually quite cool today. Oh, it's 20 and it's not boiling in my room.
It's warmish here.
Carmilla! How are you? Welcome.
I am.
Oh.
Oh no, it's current. I was actually reading it off the other screen because there was a delay on my end. So
Oh, okay.
I saw what it said. It was like maybe I can link mine with hers. Just kidding. Really, really, Matuki. You made me say that. Boy.
People can't help but judge others. That's how the world is.
That's for
We
sure.
all form our own what? We all form our own opinions about others, even those we pass on the street or see on the train that we've known for all of 5 seconds.
I'm good.
I'm
Everyone
doing
else?
well.
She?
I already did.
No, Carmella's asking how
Carmella was,
What?
Carmella was asking how you are in
Oh,
chat.
sorry.
Carmella was asking how's everyone doing.
I'm doing good. Just woke up.
Did we all? Well, apart from Maki, did we all just wake up recently?
Yes.
I woke up so late that my dad knocked on my door, and it was 10 minutes past 9 o'clock
Oh, jeez.
in the morning.
Oh God.
It's like tell me to get up and walk the dog. Why does the guy look so constipated? I mean, if I look this cute when I'm constipated, I'd look constipated all the time.
I mean, maybe she is. You never know. I'm not gonna ask.
Don't want you just thinks.
We come to conclusions based on their We come to conclusions based on their clothes, their posture, the way they talk. It's silly wanting to exempt from this. People will judge me no matter what I say, and I can't do anything about it. It's the same for everyone, but all the same. It makes me feel anxious. I know people would be harsher with me than most.
She looks like she's holding herself so hard. This is constipation.
You picture she just like, oh, people will be harsh with me, but at the same time, I really need to take a shit.
Can you give me 5 minutes in that bush, please? I promise it won't smell.
How to take it? How to take a wholesome visual novel and just twist it? Kyoko blinks at me. Her brown eyes, large and imploring. It feels like if I keep staring into her eyes, I might be able to build a bridge to distance. Between us.
Wait,
That's what they all say.
those eyes are brown? No.
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 Them
What's her
pink.
hair color?
Oh, sorry.
Black?
I forgot that Mitsuki is colorblind. I see brown. Oh god, Alice is going off in chat.
Oh my god, but it's just simple. Yeah, pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Flick it. Boing.
The one part of Bob that every guy feels.
This is the only love interest because apparently we're a depressed 23-year-old who has no friends and is in cram school with like other 18-year-olds and nobody loves him. He lives in a crummy apartment, and then this lady lives with her daughter and has no friends either. So we're just two very lonely, depressed people. Spank it. Squeeze it. Let's shout it. Ah! I love Bop It. I had a my mum was gonna buy me a Bop It Tetris thing, and then we got to the checkout, and I was like, "Nah, don't worry about it. You need the money." She was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Nah, don't worry about it." I kind of wish I got it now.
You know what? There probably actually is a version of that. There probably is like an online, there probably is an online version of Buffett somewhere.
I would rather have a real one then, so I can sit my
Oh, yeah,
and play.
Oh yeah, no, but I mean, like, it probably will come in handy if you ever want to, have a bit of a laugh or something.
Just on my phone, Bop It, twist it, pull it.
We all know that Buffett was made for those for only one reason.
Flick the bean. I need a virtual adult theme Bop It for stream. I love so much trying to play and flail at trying to do all of it.
Like, I mean, if you think about it, Buffett was good, but I think as the years went on, they started, they kind of just got lackadaisical. Because I think now the newest one now just has Twist It, Pull It, and Bop It now, compared to the one that we all remember.
Oh, so what we had, I'm trying to think of the biggest ones. We had Bop It, which is spank, Pull It, which is, I'm guessing, tug on either hair or the peen. Twist It is for the nipples. I'm serious, if you actually flick it, it'd probably hurt your finger.
I kid you not, the Bop It that we remember, the flick it, pull it, spin it, and twist it. I found it on Amazon for $265.
Oh, jeez.
I used to think Flick the Bean was a game people play in Mexico Indias. Do you know what? When we say Flick the Bean, sometimes it either means that or not the game, the obviously intimate one, or flick someone's head. Where the bean was in the head. But he's not flicking beans. Like billiards. Don't think we ever had Bop It. You didn't have Bop It, Monty?
No, I never seen that when I was younger. Like I know, like in the US at the same time as when I was a kid, there was that, but I never seen any here.
Yeah, lately, Bop It's becoming slightly more mundane now, because I think it's down to the fact that not many people are interested in it anymore.
Everything's just virtual now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now you'll get virtual dildos.
Yeah, but they still don't
What?
do the same satisfaction.
You have to get a sensor and then use it like that. OnlyFans will be another level. Tried
They grew up
beast.
they grew up and wanted to start off people. I mean, I guess that's. No, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be decisive for a change.
Which did you read this?
No, sorry, I was singing the between my coffee.
Coffee.
Thank you. My coffee. Forget about it.
Hey, I'm walking here. I bet Sheik said that to someone. I'm walking here.
Hey, I'm walking here.
I just spilled my coffee.
Why can I picture Sheik as a New Yorker now?
I live in New York. Not New York City, though. Not New York City.
In the Bronx.
But then Kyoko turned her head the moment it ruined. Good going.
I'm sorry, that probably sounded stupid. I'm the sound stupid.
Enjoy your coffee.
Oh no, it's not stupid.
I don't know, that sounded like you were judging me.
Yeah, I was, but I'm not gonna tell you, you know? I don't think anybody likes being judged. Least of all by complete strangers.
Meanwhile, in Mizuki's head, sure.
Do you really think so?
Yeah. I know so. I mean, I feel exactly the same. When I'm in cram school, surrounded by kids 5 years younger than me, I feel so awkward. My classmates don't talk to me, but I know they're looking down on me. I can see it in their faces. Make me feel like I'm not wanted, the odd one out.
Why are you laughing at?
Wait, they're looking down on youth like the fact they're 5 years younger?
Yeah, that's how it
How
is.
does that make sense?
Yeah. I hate it, but it's not like I can order them to stop. Actually, I can. I'm gonna go punch them. Be right back.
Hey, you did-
I know, right?
I've probably got 2 kids.
Well, the best part is just like, you can order them to stop. The inner thoughts is like, you can always just like do get them.
Bring out the nunchuck.
Perfect timing. Good. I totally would. But I'm not the emperor. I'm just Tanemura Mitsuki.
Be up the baby.
Oh god. Well, hopefully not. Otherwise, me and Mitsuki will really have to have a sit down because I'm his inner thoughts here. So if he's doing that, I'm really concerned.
I mean, every time I play bully, I do beat up a bunch of kids, and I like it a lot.
A lot.
Yeah,
There's this
I
one.
love.
There's this one
I love
girl that she's like, oh, can you help? Can you give me a hand? And I punched her in the face, and I was like, you asked for a hand, and you got one. And then she didn't learn her lesson and did it again. She like, can I have a hand? I was like, oh, you want another one? Okay. What were you gonna say, Rich?
I was gonna say, without saying, they know what they did. That reminds me of just like how I always say it to Sheik when she brings up about the Koraks. They know what they did.
Oh no.
That's different. That's different.
I still
Those
miss
are-
my car.
Shut the fuck up, Monty.
No, I will not. Not on a serious matter like that.
What? Anyway.
Diabolical, you know. I'm diabolical. I mean, it's a game. The game is there for me to punch kids. Am I gonna be a
See,
good
that-
student? No. The game is called Bully. I have to punch the kid.
Actually, then again, I don't think Maki's the diabolical one. It's Mizuki because he's the one who's having the thought about punching kids.
Oh,
That is true. That is true.
I'm doing
Like,
that.
he did say- He did say if I could, I totally would.
No,
Who's the diabolical one?
I was on the bus yesterday. There's these annoying children. I was like, oh, I'd throw you off the bus. I like kids, okay? I want my own kids, but just annoying children are annoying, okay? Some kids you just want to kick.
Hey, everyone's like that.
Oh yeah.
You know, like you get when it comes to your own kids, like yeah, you don't want to, you don't want anything harm, you don't want no harm to come to them. But then when it comes to like other kids, you're just like, oh, how easy it is! I could just throw you off this bus and no one would notice.
You know when like you're trying to focus. Yeah, I'm just on the bus, but for some reason my ears just turned, and I was just completely listening to them, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to listen to them. Stop making me listen to them. Child complaining, oh, I can't sit at the front of the bus. I'm like, shut up, please. I didn't cry when I was a kid and I couldn't sit at the front of the bloody bus. Oh my god. They were American too. I was like, no, not these American kids.
That's funny.
No. British kids are at least silent. No. Rooney! I wouldn't, to be honest, when I was in high school, I wasn't bothered. Everyone was loud on the bus. But
Mhm.
as I've grown older, I've noticed that you get patient children and you get the annoying ones. And the annoying ones, I genuinely would just kick like a football.
I love that.
And like the kids in the buggies and the pushchairs, they're the nice ones because they sit there, they look at you and go, and you smile back, and they're like, so I'm like, yeah, you're cool, yeah, stop staring at me though. I used to have a lot of babies that stared at me when I was a kid. I was like, okay, my ugly, what the fuck are you looking at me for?
You just seem nice, Maki.
No. Why are you bald? You've got... Oh, your hair's at the back? Oh, your forehead's massive. Like, why leave my forehead alone? How are you, Rooney?
Oh, I see.
Like your reply to what I said. Oh, your forehead's like, oh, I see.
Have you told him about that, Mitsuki?
Nah, it's easier to ignore it.
Well, I would have just punched him. I was kidding.
Yeah. Kick a few of them.
Yeah.
I did that to you again, Sheik.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That won't solve your problems.
I'm glad you goop.
Studying is difficult enough as it is without worrying about what others whispering behind your back.
Wow, you kind of thick. Once he's like, so whispering.
No kidding. Going to cram school always kills my mood. But it's not like I can up and quit. I don't want to let my parents down.
I see. How admirable.
Not really. I don't think doing the bare minimum is particularly noteworthy.
Listen, just accept the
I will not. You're much, much more admirable than I am.
Alice, I'm not your snacky. Come on.
I don't know about that.
That's like something you always say, Sheik. That character is very fitting of you.
Hang on. I just can we just admit that the timing on that was perfect?
Oh yeah.
How Maki just said how Maki was just like, Alice, I know you're snacking, and then she comes out with that statement. Even the game is big. That's when you know when the game is becoming self-aware.
Yeah, it's listening to us. I do.
Are we getting married now? What the hell? It's only been like 5 minutes.
You're a single mother, but you're doing your best to raise Tama on your own. You have a job, and you're working hard to make ends meet. You've been alone in the city for a long time, but you haven't given up. You keep pushing on. That's much more impressive than anything I've done in my life.
Wow.
Okay, so he doesn't know anything about me. We had this conversation earlier. Now all of a sudden you think you know me?
Oh,
Who are
it's
you
like,
again?
It's like the phone number thing. Oh yeah, I'll text you. I didn't give you my phone number or my name. You suddenly know who I am.
This isn't true. You looked after your mother for 5 years, didn't you?
Yeah, but I wasn't alone. My dad did a lot too. I just helped out at the family business and kept the house tidy. Anyone could do that.
I'm sure they could, but I doubt most young men would want to.
Oh, I didn't want. Yeah, I didn't really want to either. But what choice did I have?
It's true. You could have run away. I didn't even read that right.
And abandon my parents after they spent their lives raising me? No way. I couldn't do that.
I would have. I was kidding.
Maybe I thought about it, but... Well, that doesn't matter now. I still think you're selling yourself short. You're way more awesome than I am.
Awesome? That's very kind of you, but...
Kyoko begins to fiddle with her hair. She winds a dark strand of it without her index finger over and over, as though in a trance.
Nobody else sees it that same way, I'm afraid. At least, of all my parents.
You got like 12 parents? What do you mean? Of all my parents.
Yeah, all of them. The 25 of them.
No, yeah. Sometimes I feel like my father judges me enough for 5 people.
What do you mean? Oh, you're about to sigh.
Oh my god.
Kyoko stops. She inhales a lungful of sweet, crisp air infused with the scent of falling blossoms.
I've never heard the word lungful like that.
Near did I.
Yeah.
Her long eyelashes flutter.
Am I blinking? Really hard.
She looks down at the ground. Mizuki, you better do something here.
It is chic.
This game is self-aware. Holy shit.
I'm only 24 years old.
24?
God damn, bitch, you look old as fuck.
Oh, gosh. Kyoko nods. I, meanwhile, stare.
That's not creepy.
Boy, you better do something here. You're making us out to look sus here. I hope I'm not gawking. Or gawk. Wait, gawk? Yeah. I hope I'm not gawping. That'd be totally rude. Sound like I'm from a Looney Tunes cartoon. But still. 24? I thought Kyoko looked rather young, despite having a daughter in elementary school. But I never imagined she was only 1 year older than me. I can't even begin to imagine looking after a kid on my own. Not at my age. Not permanently. How could I ever have a kid? I'm still a kid myself. Though, paradoxically, I feel incredibly uncomfortably old around my classmates.
I mean, it doesn't stop some people, does it?
Right.
I had my
That is
child at
true.
12.
Oh god.
The hell? I didn't even know what a lesbian was at 12.
But if Kyoko is only 24, and I assume Alma's 5 or 6, then
That's right. Like, damn, you
What?
judging face all the time I had this kid? What the fuck?
boy, she onto us. You better move.
Fruit and
Yeah, it's my
nuts,
move.
right?
My move was. I can't die. I just woke up. Shut up.
Kyoko must have.
That's pretty crazy, one.
No, she-
My move once he became a lesbian at 5.
Oh,
Alice is
God.
eating decent nuts.
Oh gosh.
The only way I knew is because this person came up to me and was like, it was during a PE lesson, and I wasn't in the lesson because I had a guitar lesson during it, and she was like, "I'm lesbian." I was like, what the hell is that? You know what I mean? So you see that meme, it's like, I thought you were American. My British, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I was just like, what is that? What does that mean? I was like, I like girls. I'm like, didn't you just have a boyfriend? Huh? So confused. Just completely switched sides.
Right.
2012 is a different era. If you don't know what LGBT is in 2012. And then they came out as trans after that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very confused with the whole situation. Even born in the 80s or born in the 2000s, I was still it's the same reaction overall.
Oh yeah.
Kyoko must have seen me doing the mental math inside my head. Maybe she's used to it. Because she affirms my upspoken suspicion.
I realized I was pregnant in my last year of high school a couple months before my university entrance exams.
Oh damn.
I know, right? I'd always had good grades and I was on track to go to one of the better universities in Tokyo, but then, well, things didn't quite work out like that.
My thoughts are spinning inside my head like a pinwheel. I know I can feel it. but I don't say anything.
Wee.
That's all I hear is, This topic is far too delicate for my clumsy intervention. I worry if I do anything wrong, an ill-chosen word, a single glance out of place, Kyoko will retreat from me, and then the two of us will never be able to grow closer. I don't want that. I couldn't stand it. So I keep quiet. Smart move.
Yeah. Yeah.
When my father found out about Tama, he was outraged. He said I'd betrayed him and brought shame upon the family.
Yeah, isn't that supposed to be one of the weirdest things in Japan?
I think so.
Yeah,
You know, like-
it's very frowned upon.
Yeah, it's like basically if you get pregnant at a very young age, they say it's supposed to bring dishonor and shame upon the family.
Yeah.
And that's why Japan now has a declining population.
Hmm.
That's true.
I mean, it's better than baby mamas running about begging everyone for, like,
Yeah.
and
That's true.
they've got 7 kids and 15 baby daddies. It don't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh wait, I
true.
didn't read that.
Oh wait, oh.
I knew he'd be upset when he learned the truth, but I'd never imagined he'd be quite that angry. He's strict, old-fashioned kind of man, but he was never cruel to me. I thought he cared about me, but
Forget about my butt. That's why it sounded like.
I'm sorry. I must have gone quiet. He didn't care about my butt. No, not like that.
Well then, Kyoko draws in a breath. Her shoulders are shaking.
He really did it. What? He kicked me out of the house and he cut off my allowance. He refuses to answer any of my phone calls.
Damn.
I know, right? He refuses to acknowledge that I exist.
That's a good parent right there, you know.
It's almost like I'm dead to him. Maybe he wishes I was dead. I wouldn't be surprised.
Dang.
Damn.
It suddenly took like a very, very steep turn.
Yeah, like what?
This went on with these two literally talking about each other, being flirtatious, and now she's talking about her past family trauma.
This Mirais look really good. Oh yeah, by the way, my father want me dead.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god. What the hell? Why did it just come out my speaker? She just came out my speaker and scared the shit out of me.
I'm sorry.
She gets transcending.
She just said, put the headphones, speaker time.
The bigger monkey just be like, help, she's coming out of my speaker. Oh god.
Okay. I can still remember the last words he said to me before he threw me out, in almost perfect detail. He never spoke to me like that before, and he hasn't spoken to me at all since.
Oh damn.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit. Oh
Oh.
whoa.
Okay.
Well,
I'll take you back if you beg on. I'm sorry. I'll take you back if you beg on me. Bend the knee and apologize for all you've done, but only then. You can curse me all you want. You brought it up on yourself. I never raised you to act like this. Shit, dude.
damn.
I don't think I'll ever forget that. He was my father. He said he loved me, but I suppose his love had limits.
That's just a twist. Now look at cherry blossoms. One so sweet and evanescent is almost overwhelming. Kyoko tries to keep her voice cool during her tale, like she's reading a passage of Rashomon out in class, but can't quite manage it. Her voice cracks.
Ah.
Of course it cracks. She isn't reciting a few lines of prose penned years before she was born.
What?
Mhm.
What does that mean?
Well, who the fuck is Rashomon?
I think it's just a book.
I think it's a new Pokemon, I think.
Oh, new Pokemon.
It's the literal story of her life, and it occurred only 6 years ago. She was 18. It's inherited by her family, all because she was pregnant. It's almost unimaginable.
What about Tama's father? What happened to him?
Oh, he went to the grocery store to get milk and you knew it. You knew it either had to. You knew it had to be either something about the milk or the cigarettes.
Yeah.
It was Japan cigarettes. 100%.
Mm. He took his university exam like he'd always attended and he passed. I'm not sure what happened after that, but I bet he's forgotten all about me.
But didn't he take any responsibility for what he did?
You fucked him and he didn't do anything about it?
Can't you like sue him or something? I don't know.
I mean, technically that could have worked. Kyoko shakes her head.
He was a perfect honor student. All the teachers loved him. He had a bright smile, or he had a bright, shining future.
Oh, that he did.
And I was more than a little in love with him. Obviously, you bitch got pregnant.
Yeah.
I had a crush on him for so long, and I was so happy when he asked me to be his girlfriend. He said we'd keep our relationship a secret. Well, that's where you done fucked up.
Yeah.
We were both in our final year of school, and we were supposed to be studying exams. He didn't want his parents nagging him, and he knew how strict my father was. I thought he was being considerate, but
Oh, he
in
up
the
and left.
end, yeah, he did. In the end, he only cared
No
about himself.
hesitation.
No, he had no hesitation. He got what he wanted, and boom, out. He never told anybody he was Tama's father, and I never told anybody either. I figured even if I made it public, nobody would have believed me.
Pretty sure there's tests for that.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just go on to Jerry Springer, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Did Jerry Springer pass away?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did. R.I.P.
Yeah. I was gonna say Steve Walker, but that's not the same. That's not the
Well, at least it's not as bad as Jeremy Kyle.
I mean, it was funny. It's like, if you guys ever seen any British Jeremy Kyle, it's honestly,
Yes.
like, where the hell do you find these people in England? Like, pulling them out the bin.
So basically, for anyone who isn't aware, the Jeremy Kyle show is a lot like Jerry Springer, only the British version of it. Because you look at these people and you're just like, oh, she said, well, my brother thinking that was me. I was like, where do you find these people?
It's like, oh, I slept with my cousin. Like, what?
Yeah, it was like seriously, where do you find these people?
And there was one episode where, because it was on the it was in the paper, and it was two gay lovers, and they found out they were brothers.
Oh god,
What?
I
And
remember
the
that one.
And the title of the newspaper was "Rosa Red something something." Brothers found out they were lovers.
It's so sad.
Oh, you know what? I am like, if it was on the newspapers, I'm sure there's an archive of this.
Because they grew up, they were twins and they grew up separately.
What do you do
Oh.
in that situation, though? Do you stay with them? Like, you love them still. So what
I
do you
mean-
do?
I mean, you don't. They said that they felt an odd connection with each other, which obviously makes sense. But it's not like they can have children together anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it'd be different if it was male and female. Because like
Yeah,
there's so many
exactly.
health precautions with having a child. I have 10 extra fingers.
But maybe they didn't want a child either. Like, if it were to be like a man and a woman, maybe they don't want that as well.
I mean, everyone knows now, so I don't know what the hell you want to do after that.
God.
Chic.
Oh, yeah,
Chic, chic.
He didn't look like the sort of person who would do that to a girl.
That looks to be deceiving.
Couldn't you have done some sort of test? It would have been a way to prove it, right? You see, that guy's thinking like me. That guy's me.
It's just like, well, your baby may not have a daddy, but I can be your daddy.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still a virgin.
I so
Stove! Hello. What's cooking? Good looking.
Ooh.
Hey, welcome in, Stove.
She apparently speaks in keyboard.
You hear that?
Yeah. Every time, I think it's every time you write something down or you type something, we can all hear like the keyboard going off. But then
Yeah.
again,
I'm sorry.
but then again, yours isn't. I don't think yours is as loud as mine. Because my one is one of those clacking ones. You know that.
Mm-hmm. Of course, the thought crossed my mind. But real life isn't like a TV show, you know? I was afraid of bringing the truth till I would only make things worse. It would have caused a scandal, and I wanted no part in that. I was raised to keep quiet and avoid making a fuss. I thought it would be for the best, but
It's usually not the best way of living.
yeah.
yeah.
That's just
She's also-
basically, you know, like, isn't that just basically like the point of that you're raised to just keep your mouth shut?
Yeah. In the end, I was the only one who was blamed for what happened. And I was the only one left to suffer the consequences.
Well, that sucks.
Well, yeah, because you didn't do anything.
That's on her. I don't know.
Kyoko's fingers clenching the fists. Her whole body trembles.
Kyuko.
I think about resting a hand on her shoulder, but then I pause. Who vibrated there?
She.
No, yeah, because I was gonna say I heard a buzz and it resonated through my headphones. I just heard it. I was like, the fuck is that? Reconsider. Yeah, boy, you better reconsider. Just what can I do for her exactly?
Give her these nuts.
Well, I was gonna say why not make it a round 2?
Oh my god.
After all, no, I'm not going down that path.
I just trauma dumped on you and now you want to go around? Wow.
The bush again, 5 minutes. Maybe 30 seconds if you're lucky, baby.
I can't tell her I relate to her problem. I've never been in a similar situation. Yeah, boy, I better hope not.
Plot twist, it was you all the time.
My life might have been put on pause for 5 years, but it wasn't completely derailed like Kyoko's. My parents will support me no matter what I do. They've always showered me with love and affection. Kyoko's parents are different. She doesn't have a safety net. If everything goes wrong, nobody will help her pick up the pieces. Boy, this is where you come in. You really
Crying.
Oh my god.
Hang on, let me take the helm. I'll help you out with this. She really has been toiling on her own this whole time, with nobody to help her. But despite that, she refuses to give in. Though she looks fragile, she really is strong. Much stronger than I am.
Getting my life together after that was difficult. I had no means of making my own. What the fuck? I had no means of making any money, and I was 5 months pregnant.
I miss petite.
My mother did help me a little bit, but she had to do it in secretly.
I mean, isn't that what mothers are supposed to do, regardless?
That's true.
Like, who take a 10, you know that they're always going to help out, even if the father figure thinks otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh no. I just thought he popped.
Wait, wait, how did you know that?
No.
How did you know that? How did you know
Oh,
we're talking about pocket twist? That's not even in the
Yeah.
title.
Okay, yeah, actually, how did he know about that? That was like what?
Minty.
Minty. Oh boy.
Hey, otaku.
Okay. She felt guilty about what my father did, and though she didn't agree with him, she was too shy to protest. She sends me a little bit of money each month, and though it's not a lot, it's enough to help me get by.
Again, that's what mothers are for.
She helped me rent this apartment too. I was only 18 at the time, so I couldn't sign the lease on my own. I managed to find somewhere to live, and though I couldn't work, at least I could afford food and basic amenities. Yeah, exactly. I started looking for work a couple years after Tama was born, and she was old enough to go to daycare. It was expensive, but I did my best to get by. Unfortunately, working at a family restaurant was the best position in Kawasaki I could find. Nobody really wants to hire a girl who dropped out of high school in her final year.
Kyoko sighs deeply.
Again?
Girl.
She has, I was gonna say she has more exhales than inhales.
Shit.
I mean, how many times have we heard her say that she inhaled compared to how many times she sighed?
Yeah.
It makes me wonder, has she actually taken a breath in since the last time it said it? Or is she just going off of one breath?
Oh, give me a second.
And the keyboard's off again.
Sorry.
I'm tying my best out there. There's no more. I'm tying.
No, shit. Not Google. I mean, not Google
Tie
Translate.
Monty up.
You knew Otaku was going to jump on that one. You can try to fix it, but Otaku's already on it.
I know. Oh my god.
Then for Monty, just adding fuel to the fire. Oh god.
Okay. It's not ideal, but I can just about scrape by. I don't have much money and I have hardly any savings. I can't afford new clothes or new shoes, but I've always made sure Tama had enough to eat. I'm doing my best, but sometimes I worry. What if it isn't enough? I had to miss Tama's sports festival last year, though. She really wanted me to come. I had to skip out on parent-teacher meetings, school plays. I couldn't scrape together enough money to let Tama go to her class trip last year with the rest of her friends. I've never taken Tama to the zoo or an amusement park. She still doesn't know how to swim or how to ride a bike. I want to give her all the opportunities I had as a child, but I don't have the money. It's not possible for me.
I bite my lower lip. I'm afraid if I don't, I'll start hurting. Well, me. Okay, I'll start hurting expensive and all these shadowy people who could have helped Kyoko in the past, but never lifted a finger.
I just wanted some fun.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Her ex-boyfriend betrayed her. Her father who abandoned her. Her neighbors who ignored her.
He's a hoe.
Yeah, like we were laughing while Kyoko's over here.
I mean, I was gonna say the moment that Otaku did show up, we knew something was gonna happen. Like this was already kind of getting derailed, and I guess Otaku just helped the train just go off the tracks a bit more.
Yeah.
You home? Oh my god.
God. They all deserve my scorn and righteous rage, but getting angry won't make a difference.
I'm gonna go beat them up. I can't stand up to the bullies at school, but her father, I'm gonna go break his kneecap, you know?
Jesus! Even the Duke's dinner talks like, okay, now hang on a second. I didn't say that. I was like, let us talk about this for a second. It won't help Kyoko. I tried to swallow my distemper. It wasn't easy. I breathed in through my nose and counted 3. I inhaled cherry blossom petals.
Not again. You take a lung full of cherry blossom.
No, I know. Like Kyoko eggshells.
Pollution.
When I can finally bring myself to form words, my voice is so soft and gentle, it's a place to do it myself. Boy, you better not make a mockery of yourself here.
That does sound terrible. I could tell you how sorry I am for you, but that wouldn't fix anything.
Excuse me?
Hey!
I know there's nothing I can do to change the past, but need a helping hand to break some kneecaps. I'm always here, you know?
I'm gonna helping hand for that put.
Uh,
Titty!
You
Oh, but I
some
couldn't.
mommy milkers.
It's chic, no? It's chic, Monty.
Monty keeps wanting to be Kyoko.
I want to be a girl, okay?
I want to have the mommy milkers.
Yeah. That's all I want.
Oh, but I couldn't. I've imposed enough already.
you
You're
sure?
not imposing. I've told you like 100 times.
Bitch, that's not what I heard.
What? That's what you say now, but I know you're trying to be nice. I shouldn't have told you all. I don't know why I did. It was too much to do.
I just met each other, you know?
Yeah. I needed to go shit in the bush and all of a sudden.
Yeah. Like what?
I guess it takes trauma dumping to a whole new...
Yeah. That's what I'm doing now. I'm gonna go trauma dump.
I'll be back in this.
I guess I just felt I don't have anyone else to talk to, but that's no excuse for piling all this on you.
Enjoy your food, otaku.
My troubles aren't yours to shoulder.
I'll do help if I can.
Eat soup.
Boy.
Who's eating soup?
No, I told Otaku to go eat soup.
Oh.
Monty.
In the summer? Well, you can get some, what is it, gazpacho? The cold soup?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they actually do say, During the summer, if you eat something hot or drink something hot, it makes you feel cooler.
Well, it didn't work last night. It was very hot too.
Ouch.
It was 93 degrees here. Yeah, no. For those that are not Americans, like 34 Celsius.
Oh, I know.
Ugh. That. Ugh.
I could babysit Tama for you during the weekends if you want.
Are you okay, Maggie?
34 Celsius. Ugh. I couldn't accept
Yeah.
such a horrible temperature.
Yeah, yesterday I was dying. And I went to eat a hot soup after. And it's super humid as well. There was like thunder and stuff.
But,
I know it's not much, but I should free up some of your time. Then you'll be able to pick up more shift at work, and then you can save more money. You might even be able to get Tama a bike if you really want.
But I have to pay you.
I'll do it for free.
Do it for free if you give me the pearl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the deal.
But
You already offered to tutor me, right? Then why don't you see it as equivalent exchange?
so that's a very fair deal.
yeah,
Yeah. To
I
help me,
mean-
I'll help you. It's simple.
Yeah, the old saying being, I scratch your back, you scratch mine.
yeah.
I scratch your back, you scratch my bottom.
Kyoko falls silent and bites her lower lip. Oh god, she's already thinking about it.
Oh my girl.
Ready to have another kid?
Let's just hope you don't disappear like the other guy did.
Yeah.
I think she might be considering it, but doubt still ripples across her brown eyes. I still love the fact it says brown eyes and we can clearly see they're either
Yeah.
pink or purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is clearly to see that they are not brown at all.
I appreciate it, but are you sure you want to look after Tama for a whole day? She is quite the handful.
Figured as much, but I like a challenge.
Hey yo.
You might change your mind later.
I babysat only once in my life, and I'm never doing that ever again. Telling you that.
One time I took my brother to the park, and on the way back, I had to scold him because he was doing something, and he said, "I fucking hate you." I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
And I went and got him and told his dad, and he was like, "No, you don't say hate." And I'm like, "Okay, so the F word, yeah."
Oh god.
I might, but we'll have to see. I don't want to let some little brat get the better of me. Well, I do at
Excuse
school,
me?
but not at your house.
Wait, are you calling a brat? Wait,
I know he's
I'm supposed to be the kid. I'm supposed
Oh
to be
my god.
Hey, Ramscally, how are you?
Yeah, at this moment, Mizuki's in her toilet just like, yeah, fucked up. You're on your own. I'm out.
Yeah.
Hey Mick, you want to go to the pub? You just hear an echo, the door closing behind you.
Besides, I like Tama, and I think she likes me too.
Yeah, I've been good.
You just called her a brat, though.
I'm sure it'll work out. And even if it doesn't, I still try my best. My motto is never give up.
Oh,
Never
no.
gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
No,
Did you
Never gonna run around and desert you. That's my motto.
Wow. Yeah, it has been a while.
You have a motto?
Because I'm low.
Well, not really. Just wanted to sound reliable, but maybe it worked. Wink.
Oh, I'm dropping my panties.
I don't know about that. You sounded more like the protagonist of a boys manga.
Well, being a hero is better than being a sidekick, huh? Besides, the leads are always pretty cool.
You've also never had to put up with my Tama.
You think she'd be able to wear down All Might?
What? What does that mean?
All Might is a character from
My Hero
Boku
Academia.
no...
Oh,
Yeah.
I completely went the wrong way. Yeah, open
Quite easily, I have no doubts about that.
You can use your All Might on me.
Yo.
I'm still not sure about this, but
Tell me that the echo of the door opens. Sorry, mate, I forgot my keys. Oh, hang on. I see you got yourself into trouble. Hang on. Slowly but surely, a small smile finds its way to Kyoko's lips.
Hey, what happened? What are you talking to? I was so confused. Like, oh, I think you forgot your keys.
Well, it was in the whole. I was playing off the whole joke with saying, "You fucked up. I'm off out of here. You're on your own."
The most inflated egos are often the most fragile. Fair enough.
oh, why not? It's been such a long time since anybody okay. It's been such a long time since anybody offered to help me. I'd be a fool to turn you down. Thank you, Mitsuki.
Oh!
Hey, yo.
This almost turned into the wrong game.
Talk about a tease.
Imagine the game bugs and to just keep going down.
That's the goal, Maki.
Let me just do the cheat code and see if she goes down any further. Rich.
I'm still trying to compose myself after that. Kyoko bows deeply, her hands still resting at her front.
I appreciate it.
When Kyoko straightened her back, the wind catches her long hair so it flutters. It almost seems to be dancing in the breeze, free and unfettered. The expression on Kyoko's face can only be described as radiant. I'm not usually right about things, but this is an observation I'm confident of. Kyoko really does look better when she's smiling.
Why does my heart pound so much when she looks at me like that? You mean, you sure it's your heart? Oh yeah.
So, that's Saturday.
Alright, Tama, I want you to be on your very best behavior.
I'm always on my best behavior.
Oh my gosh.
Babe, that is cute.
Well, I wonder.
While Kyoko tries to discipline her daughter, I glance curiously around Imaru's home.
They have a VHS player?
Hey, what's wrong with a VHS player?
I don't know when this game is set.
I don't know, I still have one.
Oh, I miss my
Same
one.
here.
I miss my
Same
one.
here.
My mum threw
I
away
still have
all
my
my
VHS
freaking.
player.
My mum threw away all my videos. I was like,
No.
there's no point me having it anymore. I was gonna rewatch Nemo, Looney Tunes, everything.
I mean, you can
That's
watch
right.
them online now.
No, it's not the
But it's
same. I want to
like-
rewind it.
Oh, no.
I used to record SpongeBob off the TV.
Oh god. As far as I can tell, it's pretty much the same as mine. Kyoko's apartment is comprised of a small kitchen, bathroom, and a 6 tatami mat square. That triples as a dining room, living room, and a bedroom. I can't see any futons, but I imagine they're folded away inside the sliding cupboards.
Oh, like that seems like a good way to live when it's just you on your own or a small
To be
child.
truly honest,
Yeah.
it actually is most places nowadays are actually accompanying that because apparently it's more quote unquote eco-friendly, but it's also a better way of living because it means you can practically still have a place called a home while living in a small space.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of live like that right now, but I don't have a kitchen, a toilet, and
Oh god,
if I had all that in my room, I'd never leave.
I'll be the same.
Mm-hmm.
The layouts of our rooms might be identical, but everything else is completely different. Kyoko's walls are lined with bookshelves which contain not only colorful spines. It looks like there are some hardback cookery books mixed with a few novels and some girly manga. But a few potted succulents, picture frames, and a snow globe. There's a television in one corner that's almost as basic as my own, and several stuffed toys sitting around it. A large glossy poster has been taped to one of the closet doors, which bears an image of 2 anime girls in colorful dresses. They look like characters from one of Tana's magical girl shows. In fact, a large portion of this room seems to be given up to Tana and her interests, such as stuffed toys and magazines. Something very homey about this room. I feel welcome as soon as I cross the threshold. At least, I would, if Tana wasn't scolding him. Did I do something to offend her already? I've been in Kyoko's apartment for less than 5 seconds.
No, Misuki's gonna take care of you while I'm away at work. Don't give him any hassle, alright?
But why is Mitsuki here? It isn't fair. You don't usually work on weekends, Mama. You're meant to stay here with me.
I know that, dear, but Misuki offered to look after you so I can take on a few extra shifts.
But that's not fair. I want to play with you, not smelly Mitsuki.
Whoa, jeez.
Well,
I'm right in front of you. Hey, I don't smell.
kids got priorities.
Yes,
Mhm.
you do.
Hannah points a small stubby finger in my direction.
You smell, you smell, you smell.
You little shit.
Okay.
Ert.
Pretty sure I don't smell. But when she said it 3 times like that, now I'm starting to doubt myself.
So, what is it that I smell of exactly?
Oh boy.
You can't can't watch away that.
Well, that's a bit sexist.
Yeah.
How descriptive. Well, at least I don't At least they don't smell like fermented soybeans. That would be even worse.
Well, right back at you, punk.
Girl.
You're not a punk.
No, you're worse. You're an annoying little girl, and you smell like one too.
I really should have followed this. How you doing? We have a nice weekend.
We're, I'm being a little smelly girl.
Oh damn.
What?
I rest my hand against Thomas' head and give her hair a forceful ruffle.
You slept in. Oh, cutie pie. Alice, you always flatter yourself, don't you?
She glares up at me from beneath her dishonored bangs. Her lips pursed into a fearsome pout.
You okay?
Girls- that was me. That was me doing the pout.
That takes method acting to a whole new level. Especially when you have Sheik asking if you're okay.
Oh, you guys weren't there, but when I was playing Doki Doki with Alice and William, I was talking and Will thought it was Alice.
Girls don't smell stupid.
Yeah, they do.
No, we don't. Girls smell nice like flowers and kittens. Boys are the ones who smell of dirt and bugs and snails.
And what do snails smell of exactly?
Like France. Boys!
Irrefutable logic. Her answer is so tautologically perfect, I can't think of a single response. Kids can be pretty smart in their own ways.
Tama, you're being very rude to Misuki. Apologize at once.
I won't.
Now you listen here, you little bitch.
Oh my god, that was
I had to. I'm sorry.
just out of left field and everything. It's like yeah,
Oh my
it's an
God.
interview.
Oh,
Oh gosh. Oh, hang on. I have a call coming in 2 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
okay.
He left because he said he got a call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kyoko presses her hand against her hip and returns Tama's sullen glare with one of her own.
If I come home and I find you, okay. If I've come home and I find you made things difficult for Misuki, I'm gonna be very, very cross with you.
I don't care.
You will care when you're eating green peppers for the next month, young lady. Oh, that's so cute.
All the color drains from Tama's cheek. Her face is impressively white, as though she's fallen headfirst into a bin of flour.
Why are you looking at my cheeks?
Well, that was easy.
Now are you gonna behave?
Welcome
Sorry.
back, Rich.
Welcome back.
Well, if that's what Mama wants, I'll do my best, but
Tama kicks the floor and folds her arms.
Mitsuki still smells.
I know. What the fuck?
Now, Tom, it's not nice to say things like that.
But it's true.
See, she's determined to hate me then.
It is really fun to play these games in VA, I'll be honest. I definitely want to get back into Danganronpa. And since my streaming hours are changing, I'll be able to get more people in. And
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
excited.
But
Yeah,
Danganronpa's... I might do a poll and I will see what everyone wants after Persona 2. Well, I have to finish that first. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like with me, I need to do some more visual things like that, because I know the last one I was doing was the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog with me and Alice,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that was put on hiatus for now. But I definitely need to get into doing more kind of voice collabs like this.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to join for Danganronpa. I was initially doing it with another streamer, but he got really busy. He says he's coming back, so let's see how long it takes him to come back. Corey
I see
X.
you. I see you determined to hate me then. Alright, one.
I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so it'll probably be towards the end of the year, but I will speak more on it on Tuesday. I'll be streaming a lot later in the day, so it'll be a lot easier for those of you who are behind to join. Kaiju! Discord for the collection. Welcome. How you doing, Kaiju? You and your cat emotes. I love the Kaiju's cat emotes. They're so cool. It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the angry cat. That's a good Kaiju. Show us the angry cat. Sorry.
Alright, so are you ready to start? There we go. Well, not like a blame her. Wasting time at my home was one thing, but going into hers is another. I must feel like I'm intruding on her alone time with her mother, and someone Kyoko told me. Tama doesn't get to see her all that much as it is. Tama might have considered me a friend, and I was helping her search for a key in the car. But now I'm in her apartment. I'm nothing more than an intruder. The territorial dog, Tama's hackles are well and truly great. But there must be a way to relax her. What about this? I crouch down, ensuring my eyes are level with those of my mercurial little friends.
I don't know what I think it's translated, but it's translated with words that don't make sense.
Yeah, it was like that. Kind of felt out of place on that one.
Like there was one thing I was playing and it was trying to use a word for sad, but they translated it with like the word was like it wasn't melancholy, but it was like one of those big words where you could have just used sad.
Yeah.
If you promise to behave yourself, I make you something really delicious to eat for lunch.
Something delicious?
That's right. It'll be really, really yummy.
Even yummier than the food at... Witty right in whatever it's called.
You bet. Petit Jardin can't even compare to my cooking.
I don't know what the place is, but it sounds funny. Will it even be better than your omu rice?
Much, much better.
Wow.
Its eyes would glitter briefly.
She just wanted food.
Mm-hmm.
Is it my imagination, or is she actually drooling?
What are you gonna make for me, Mitsuki? I wanna know.
Now, hold your horses. That's for me to know and you to find out.
Ah, you stupid asshole. What do you wanna know now?
Damn sass!
Yeah. Holy
This is, oh my god, the sass!
You can't know now. It'll spoil the surprise, but it'd be worth waiting for, I swear. However,
Little smile curls the corner of my lips.
It's just this. It's cruel.
Oh god.
It's a flat.
my food comes at a cost.
Uh-oh.
My soul?
Yep. No, not that.
My cooking might be good, but it's not that good. I don't want to oversell myself here.
You need to be a good girl while your mama's gone, that's all. Don't make too much noise, don't make a mess, and stop saying that I smell.
Well,
If you can do these 3 things, then I'll make you something good, I promise.
Well, that sounds like a pain. And you do smell, but... Okay. I'll be a good girl.
look at the feet. Like, it's like she knows. It's like she knows she's defeated.
Yeah.
Really. Great. I knew you could do it. Now let's get along. We don't want your mama to worry.
Hey.
Wait, you haven't left?
I'm still here.
You're still waiting there while I discipline your child.
Listen, you little shit. Oh, hey, you're still here.
Oh, by the way.
Have a good day at work, Mama.
I will. Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Mitsuki. I'm glad I can rely on you.
No problem. I just said the word, I'd come running.
You come?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for her, yeah. If you ever need me, I'm only a few doors down.
I appreciate it, but don't let me rely on you too much. If you do, I might never let you go.
Ooh,
I'm okay with that.
Riz.
Oh,
Yeah. To my relief, Tama is as good as her word. She doesn't make too much noise. She doesn't make a mess. She doesn't tell me that I smell. Instead, she's content to sit in front of the TV watching her favorite magical girl show. I, meanwhile, to Kyoko's kitchen to brew myself a cup of tea. I almost feel guilty as I look around the kitchen, trying to unearth the green tea powder.
Oh, this kitchen looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, it actually does look nice. Only all of these unfamiliar drawers and cupboards make me feel like a thief. But no thief would want to steal anything from Kyoko's kitchen. There's nothing particularly valuable stashed away inside these cupboards.
Wow, you're poor.
Go.
Maybe I'm not a thief then, but a peeping Tom? Wait, isn't that even worse? During my hunt for the ever-elusive tea powder, I managed to locate a crumpled bag of flour, several tins of mackerel, and sticky bottles of various condiments. Some of them duplicates. Though Kyoko's apartment is relatively clean, her kitchen cupboards are a different matter altogether. If my mother was here, she'd probably faint at the sight of this disorganized chaos. Well, maybe not faint. Mother's made of stronger stuff than that. But she'd certainly give Kyoko a quiet word. And by quiet word, I mean thorough chewing out.
Yo!
Damn.
I eventually managed to unearth the green tea powder wedged between a half-open bag of shrimp potato chips. They must be one of Tama's snacks, and a bag of pasta. My objective complete. I select the mug and run it under the hot water tap so I prepare my drink. The mug I selected is a simple one, pale lilac with a polka dot pattern. I wonder if it's one of Tama's, but it could just as easily belong to Kyoko. You know, it's actually ironic. That's actually the mug that I had my coffee in earlier today.
Just
I shit you not. The thought of Kyoko putting her lips to the rim of this cup is enough to turn my cheeks pink.
Oh.
But I try to push that unwelcome, intrusive thought to one side. Again, I take a seat beside Tama and watch her mindless show with her, only half paying attention. I'm not really sure what's going on in the program, and I don't really care. Something about overcoming the darkness inside one's heart. Are we by any chance watching an anime on Kingdom Hearts? Whatever.
Boompa knows. Whose nose?
It's not a very complex show, but it was obviously made for kids, not grumpy 20-something guys. Tama seems to be enjoying it. I should let her have her fun. At least it keeps it quiet. When Tama eventually tires of the television, she turns it off, looks at me expectantly. Why is she staring at me? Wait. Fuck's sake.
What?
Don't what me, silly Mitsuki.
So, I've been upgraded from smelly to silly. I wonder which is better.
What did you think? Don't you like the show?
You actually care about my opinion?
Yeah! I want to know what you think.
Well, I guess it wasn't too bad.
Not too bad?
Uh-oh. Tama pouts.
How can you say that? Pretty Magical Pumpkin is amazing!
For little girls, maybe.
For
Oh.
everyone! Angelic Heart is so cool. She solves all her problems and beats up the bad guys. I want to be just like her. That's what I wrote at school when our teacher made us fill out our career
Wait.
forms.
Career forms?
She wrote that she wanted to beat up
Yo.
people? Well, she can come to my school. I'm getting bullied, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, never mind
Yeah.
about writing it down about beating people up, but it's like, how are kids getting career forms?
That's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah.
oh, girl.
She's
I'm
like,
like,
what? huh?
really?
Yeah.
like,
You have to fill out carrier form already? But you're still a little kid.
I might be a little kid, but you know what I want to do when I grow up.
Well, we all know that's a straight up lie because no one actually knows exactly what they want to be when they grow up.
I mean,
Listen.
I wanted to be a bus driver, and then I wanted to be a pet shop
I wanted to be a chiropractor, and now I make websites. So
Just the pet shop, not an owner. Just the pet shop.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, did I hear you correctly?
I was like, what?
Yeah, sure. Sure. When I was younger, I wanted to become a member of law enforcement. And now what? And now what do I do for a living? I spend 6 days. I spend 6 days a week streaming online.
I mean, still pretty cool.
What did you
Yeah.
want to be when you got Sheik?
I wanted to be a vet, and then I realized I'd have to put animals down, and I was like, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My dad was like,
Well,
"Oh, you should have been a vet," and I was thinking, no, I couldn't. It's if I'd have to take Lulu to hospital even more, and it's just no, I couldn't. I don't like blood, so I wouldn't be able to do operations either.
That too.
What are you gonna say, Rich?
Like, what I was saying was, when I was growing up, not only did at first I wanted to go into law enforcement, and then another one was I was going to join the military.
Mm.
The only funny thing about it is, one of those came true.
I kind of wanted to be a I wanted to be a content creator when I was like 12, and I did upload a video onto YouTube, but I deleted it so no one can see it. That's okay, Monty. It'll be about another 15 minutes anyway.
What do you mean? No, you don't. I need to not do like yesterday, and I need to eat something today.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, never mind.
It's fine. No, because it's been like almost 6 hours, so we'll just
Yeah, it's-
and we can continue this another day.
Mm-hmm.
that's true.
Obviously, she can also can talk to the boyfriends again.
Yes, we need to figure out a day for that.
I won't work in a stupid, smelly restaurant when I'm my mama's age. I'll be a warrior of love and justice.
Well, good luck with that.
Thanks!
Good thing Tama's so young, she can't detect the sarcasm in my voice.
Yeah.
She might be a brat, but she's still pretty pure in her own way.
I'm not the only one either. 4 girls in my class said they wanted to be magical girls.
If you give a career promise to 6-year-old, it should be obvious you're going to get a lot of wacky professions listed, most of them implausible. I think I wanted to be an astronaut when I was little. The rest downright impossible.
And what about the boys in your class? Do they want to be magical girls too?
Oh no!
Oh god! Oh no! Oh, she's gonna pout. Yeah, I was gonna say she's gonna pout at that.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They made fun of me. They said being a magical girl wasn't a real job.
They would be right.
Fuck you say to me, you little shit.
Well, they wouldn't be wrong about that.
Most of them wanted to be superheroes.
It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Because that's a more sustainable career choice.
Oh, but being a magical girl isn't.
Right.
And Keiichi said he was gonna be Godzilla.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Godzilla, huh?
It's nice to dream big, but some of these dreams are in real danger of incurring copyright strikes. now the game is becoming self-aware.
Yeah.
Wait, you can't take me seriously with the voice.
And what are you going to do if you can become a magical girl?
I'll be a vet, obviously.
Okay, this is
Oh, yeah.
definitely chic.
says it like it's the most natural thing in the world. Where does this kid get all her confidence from?
Confidence
I mean,
is flowing out my ass.
Well, I was gonna say, I guess some kids are technically born with a lot of confidence,
Yeah, not me.
and,
Not me.
and then just as you get older, then it just gets knocked out of you.
It's not adorable. It's not. I did not
Yes, it
hit
is.
her. I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. But I'm not gonna be a vet or a florist because those are my second and third career choices. I'm gonna be a magical girl. Mama even brought me the shining heart shining heart staff for my birthday.
Then you're halfway there already, only missing the magic, which you're never gonna get.
Damn, okay.
Oh,
That's not right, though. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there. Just call my name. I'll be there. I'm gonna do my best to make my dreams come true. And I don't care what anybody says. Even you stinky butthole. I don't want to end up like my mama.
Like your mother?
Oh.
What do you mean by that exactly?
I want to be a big titty goth girl. Well, we used to have dreams when she was my age. She was too dumb to make any of them come true. She couldn't do what she wanted. Because she had to look after me.
Did Kyoko tell you that?
I figured it out myself.
that just gets harsh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my IQ is like 120,000. When I asked my mama what her dream was, she said it was to look after me. But that can't have been her dream from the very start, so it didn't exist when my mama was little. Mama's dream changed when I was born. It changed because of me. I'm sure Mama would have been happy if she dreamed about being a magical girl. But she can't now, she's too old.
Rude. Well, that might be for the best.
I frown and examine my reflection in my mug of green tea.
Why, you trying to say I shouldn't have been born?
Yeah, you
Spits out tea.
Tama's only a little kid, but she's not stupid. She lives in a very small, cramped space with her mother. She probably understands Kyoko better than I do. A woman forced to grow up too soon, who was never able to make her dreams come true. Is that who Kyoko really is? I wonder.
Hey, Mitsuki!
Ow.
I wince, as all of a sudden a small fist delivers a swift blow just to the top of my head. Ow!
What was that for?
You're pulling a stupid face. Wait, that's just your
Maybe
regular
I
face.
was. Yeah. Maybe I was, but that's no reason to hit me. Magical girls shouldn't attack civilians.
Fair point.
I don't know what that big word means, but I have to attack you. You're my enemy.
Your enemy?
My enemy. That's right.
But I'm taking care of you. What did I do to get on your bad side?
You're a big adult without any dreams. I need to cleanse you.
Oh, shh.
But you literally just hit me.
I didn't hit you. I used my special attack. Magic Fist.
No, putting magical before something doesn't make it.
Magical fist.
All right, I get.
I hold my hands upwards in defeat. If I wanted to be really childish about it, which, to be honest, part of me kind of does, I'd retaliate with a magical forehead flick, or maybe a magical holding Tama upside down by her ankles until she screamed.
Okay.
Wait, what? I was like, that's not the way.
Why should magical girls fight with their fists anyway? I thought, with my limited understanding of the genre, magical girls were supposed to spread love and happiness. Speaking of which,
Hey, Tama, I was wondering something.
I bet it's something stupid.
Well, maybe.
This kid talks too much for a 6-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
she's a pretty young girl, but she sure managed to see through me.
You want to be a magical girl, right?
Wow, Monty.
Oh gosh.
Wait, anything.
I figured. And do you know what magical girls are supposed to do?
Fight bad guys?
Yes, and
Hit Keiichi in the face with a dodgeball in PE?
yes, that's exactly. Wait, what? Where did that come from?
Keiichi isn't very nice. He always makes fun of me, but I won't let him get away with it. I'm way stronger than he thinks.
I understand how you feel, Tama, but you really shouldn't hit your classmate in the face with a dodgeball.
Why not?
It's not very nice.
Keiichi isn't nice. Ah!
Stomps her feet on the floor. I sigh.
Now I sigh too. Dang.
Dang.
Why is she so determined to solve all her problems with violence? That can't be something Kyoko taught her. Forget it being a magical girl. Tama might have a good career lined up as a pro wrestler.
Putting the dodgeball to one side for now. Aren't magical girls supposed to make other people happy?
Well, I guess you're right.
And you said your mother is always busy, didn't you?
That's true. Mama
Oh.
doesn't have much free time, and she's always looking kind of down.
Then why don't we do something to make your mama happy?
Like what?
I grin and roll
Yo!
up my- I grin and roll up my sleeves.
Is he gonna do a magical thing?
Oh no.
Why do I get the feeling like they're gonna cook something?
Yeah,
Well, close enough.
let's tidy up the kitchen.
What the fuck?
I mean, I was close.
Yeah,
Tama was less than enthused about my idea at first, but I managed to talk her around after a while. All thanks to my shining charisma stat, of course. Yeah, right.
My shining riz.
And so, for a couple of companionable hours, Tama and I worked together in the kitchen. I threw out the old sticky bottles of soy sauce and marin and vinegar that had been left to populate Kyoko's cupboard like fungus and scrub down the countertops.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
Then I wash all the dirty dishes left in the sink, scour the inside of the oven, and sweep the floor. And as for Tama, I let her excavate the fridge and get rid of anything weathered or wilted or past its sell-by date,
Oh.
which she seems to enjoy. Don't worry, I still have the delay on the other screen, so I can catch it on that. You may or may not have thrown a few perfectly good green peppers into the trash, a smug smile on her face, but I don't call her out on it. I don't really like green peppers either.
I don't know how you don't like them. I don't like green peppers.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with green peppers. at the end of the Great Purge, the trash can is full of out-of-date ingredients and all the surfaces are shiny.
Alright, good job, my charming assistant.
Yay, the kitchen is all nice and sparkly. I worked hard, didn't I?
That's right, you did.
And that means I deserve a treat, right?
Magical girls don't work for rewards, silly. If you want to be a real magical girl, you have to learn to work for the sake of working. Won't your mother's smile be payment enough?
There you go.
I do want to see my mama smile, but
I'm a glance at the clock hanging on the door.
it's nearly lunchtime and I'm hungry.
Yeah, by the way, didn't you promise her something would be good?
You said you were gonna make me something yummy to eat if I behaved myself, Mitsuki. And I did behave, and I've been really good.
Thank you, David. Hope you're doing good.
Aren't you gonna make me some food?
Well, you did get called out.
Monty wants to make himself food first.
She looks at me with those large puppy dog eyes. There's no way I can do this. It's just not possible.
Well, I guess I did say that, and you have been a hell. What about this then?
I want a good point to stop.
Yeah.
Keeps
Yeah. We already
don't
threw
blame you.
most of the old food out. So why don't we go shopping?
I was gonna
can
say
pick
we
up-
could.
What? No, go for it.
I was gonna say we could always just end it around here, like before they go shopping,
Yeah.
because at least then it gives you a fair starting point for the next time.
Yeah.
True. Can pick up some new stuff at the store, and then I can make you something really delicious. Do you like that idea, Tama?
Oh yeah, I love that idea. I love you, Mitsuki.
Dang, that changed.
Now that was a change from what was it, smelly to silly, and now she's saying I love you. Like
Yeah.
that was a massive change. And with a shed of hesitation, Hannah winds her arms around my leg and rests her head against my upper thigh.
Hey.
Yo, you really are my best friend.
That really is a sudden change.
Okay, let's stop here.
Yeah.
Can I leave? Oh,
Save.
Yeah, I think it's best to save just in
I was
case.
about to just
Yeah.
close the game.
You haven't saved yet.
Can you imagine just closing it down, realizing you didn't save and you lost like
Oh, no.
Maybe I could
progress.
skip through it, so it's not too bad. Yeah, all these visual novels you could just skip straight through. Wait, what's the other options? Bug, bugum.
Book and volume.
Spix. Sex volume? What?
Yeah. You're missing a line. Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Damn.
yes, we need to see.
Someone had a
Kyoko,
typo.
That's for the scene later on in the game.
Oh my god.
Well, they did have like an anime opening, and then she was, her bikini was falling off in one of the scenes. So
Oh.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
oh,
I ain't watched the VOD.
I should have made a stream marker. I could literally just click it off my tablet, and I'm like, oh. Wait, what is this?
damn.
Prepare for nuclear explosion? Do it somewhere else. Okay. Thank you, Avrina. I appreciate you guys coming in and voice acting. That was a
Thank
lot
you for
of
having
fun.
us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
That was fun.
Mhm.
We
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
finish another day. I don't know when, but I've already got like a bunch of games planned out. So I was kind of expecting to finish it today because it said 5 to 6 hours of gameplay, and it's been almost 6 hours. You know.
Yeah, I don't think we were going to finish it at all today.
Yeah.
Because I don't even think I was gonna finish it even if I was on my own. Yeah. So Tuesday is the revamp. So it'd be like
Nice.
4 p.m. Oh, that's when Sheik starts streaming.
I'll cancel stream.
No, you don't have to.
I want to be there.
Yeah, because I'm busy throughout the day, so like 4 o'clock is the time that I'll be free. There'll be a bunch of new redeems, a new overlay if you don't know, new everything, new PNG. So take a last good look at this. Yeah, and then yeah, we have everything new. I guess. So I say bye to the old overlay. You'll never fucking see it again. Okay? Nobody likes it anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of your Sunday. I'm gonna eat pizza. And enjoy your week. I will see you when I see you. I haven't even looked for anyone to raid. I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. I'm ready to say bye. Okay. Oh, Chris. You can raid Chris.
Oh shit, she's live.
Oh god.
Let's raid Chrissy Buns.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you later, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Drakus, for the sub. Thank you, Des, for the follow. And again, thank you guys for chilling and voice acting. It was a lot of fun. Oh, you don't have to do that. I do that with my bot. Does it automatically?
Oh.
Oh wait, the bot's not there. Never mind. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bot just fucked off.
Yeah, the bot was just like, fuck this, I'm done.
Bye everyone. I'm waving. You can't see anything.
ダメだねダメ